late. I'm sorry. I was getting water. Oh, hi. It's not Twi. It's ambiguous, bodiless voice. I forgot to set up VTube Studio. Oh, I'm so late. Hi. Okay, hold on. Man, Terraria is not even set up either. Hello. There we go. Look, now we have everything. Now we're good. What's up? Hope you guys are doing good. Happy Wednesday. I can't believe that there's new Terraria content in the big year 2026. How old is this game? And they're still making updates. That's so sick. I'm excited to check it out. I'm mostly spoiler free. The only thing I did look at was I saw what weapons were new, and I noticed that there's a lot more like summoner weapons now. Like the progression curve's a lot better. So I'm thinking I might end up trying a summoner, which since I've never done a summoner run before. Started playing with Dan, got to play for 30 minutes before his internet got turned off. Damn. Well, I hope it was a fun 30 minutes anyway. Let's see. I guess we're going new Twi. Style, right. So this is a new screen for this. Wait, they have different voice types you can choose from? Oh, the character builder got a revamp. Look, they even got like different hairstyles on the starter people. Sorry, I'm just very easily amused by all the different noises. Let's see. I guess I like the overcoat one, although I'll probably end up changing the hair. What is this voice? Just because I've never tried it before, why not? View your outfit, preview silver armor, hollowed, formal wear, swimsuit. Very interesting. Okay, let's see. I'll do the long hair because it has the ahoge, and I love that. Wait, there's a new one. I guess I was gonna say it's like a new style with ahoge, but I guess it's less ahoge and more just like messy, but it's very cute. There's some, oh my god, there are some crazy new hairstyles in here. Holy! This has like the hair vents. You just make your whole face into hair. I can do this in real life, by the way. I tried to headbang in front of the mirror the other day, and I did this by accident. Okay, I like this hairstyle. I want like a bluish purple sorta color. We'll make my eyes also like blurple. And then let's see. So we'll have the coat be black. The pants are black. If I want to be fully accurate, the shirt's also black, but I like to do orange here. And then make these like orange as well. Just get the orange into the character design. Boom. New Twi. And we have Hardcore Tilt of Wisdom is a banger world name for if I was still doing hardcore runs. I'm not, but that is a sick world name for that. Let's see. Let's see. Telescopium. We had Twilandia. Let's have Telescopiumlandia. And I'll do that for my seed as well. You can go medium, master, probably crimson. Let's go. I'm ready. This is gonna be kind of fun. I think it'll be a bit more chill. Because I think all the other times that I've played Terraria on stream, it was either when I was doing For the Worthy Master or when I was doing hardcore runs. So this is gonna be like, comparatively, kind of lax, you know? It'll be, it won't be so bad. Ooh, there's like a priority to new stuff to come to the top. That's neat. I noticed that too. We got a guide here. Hello, sir. Oh my! They got like CG for the NPCs! That is very interesting. Wait, they made him look so handsome. Look at his hair. Here to give you advice. Housing. Okay, well, we will get to housing another time. Thank you, Mr. Guide. Hi, Chainik. Long time no see. Hope you're good. I guess I probably won't go, like, strictly class playthrough on this. Like, in the early game, I'm not gonna make it so that I have no weapon just because. I think it'll be more fun if we're allowed to play normally at the start. I know they added a gel whip though, so it won't take that long until I could be playing summoner damage. I saw some like really big quality of life things too. Like while I was looking at a video that had all the new weapons, one of them was called the Axerang, and it was a boomerang that acted as an axe. You could just throw it and it would automatically like chop trees, and I thought that looked like the sickest time saver of all time. Like that looks like it would be such a big time save for harvesting wood, not gonna lie. So I think it's really cool. This seemed like, from the little bit, I tried to not spoil myself too much, but it seemed like there was a decent amount of thought into like quality of life in the update. That's a lot of slimes. Newly created. Oh, and then they have a different one for like recently visited. That's really nice, because I used to always have to like name my worlds with like really stupid schemes in order to try and get the world that I wanted to be at the top. Ah! I died already, I'm bad. I saw the early game whips. I already looked up a video that had all the weapons that were added in the update, so I saw that there's the gel one. I saw there's a cobweb one. They added a like crimtane one, which is nice. I'm trying to remember. I don't know where in the progression the other ones are. There's like one for Plantera, there's like a Stardust Fragment one, and there was one in between the Plantera one and the Crimtane one, but I don't remember what it actually was or like how you make it. I saw there were a couple new like actual summon weapons as well. I'm probably gonna have to open the wiki at some point just because I've never actually played a summoner, so it's gonna be interesting. Trying to remember what the gel whip was. I think it was 50, but There's a Duke one. Oh yeah, I saw the Moonlord one too. And the other one is Duke. Okay. Oh wait, so was it? Oh yeah, wait, no, that was the eel one that I assumed was Duke Fishron. Yeah, okay, that's pretty cool. Let's see, we got. Yo, we get a Living Wood loot. Oh wait, it's meant to be, guys. We got a Finch staff. They heard that I wanted to try Summoner, and they gave me a Finch staff seed. That's so sweet. Oh wait, that's so wholesome. It's like Fated. New friend. Friend acquired. Here, let's summon the baby. Hello. What shall we name our new Finch friend? I feel like Finch is already kind of just like a good name though. Oh, Desert Rail. I might die for this. Whee! Wait, what was this? Oh, why did I think I saw gems? Hello? Anyhow? Oh, wait. I know that webs, there's a new one, so let me grab some of that. Although I might need, like, spiders as well. I have no idea. Ooh, a whole bunch of silver. Oh, yeah, I forgot that you need the solidifier. Primarily made for Skyblock. I saw that they give you that in Skyblock. Wait, maybe I should have played a Skyblock seed actually, because that's kind of cool. I don't know. I kind of just felt like it would be good to play a normal seed, but I also did forget that Skyblock exists now, which is really cool. Any of you guys try Skyblock yet? Any consensus about the Terraria Skyblock experience? Oh, Boulder. I remember there was like different kinds of boulders too. Some of them looked very scary. I know there was like a boulder seed that you could play on. Anyway, I don't know. I feel like I'm missing out by not doing... Hold on. Because I forgot about so much stuff that you can do. Yeah, there's this. Constant for the worthy, no traps. Wait, you can do a no traps seed? That is so beginner friendly. That's so sweet. Currently playing the Skyblock. There are some interesting changes, like you can get water by throwing out an empty bucket in rain. Oh, that's pretty neat. I guess it sounds a bit more gimmicky. Oh, no traps is a lie. So it's like Terraria Kaizo, sort of. Is this new? This one is new, right? Should I? Should I? Let's see. Let's see. No traps. I mean, the devs would never lie, right? They would never lie to me. Not placing traps. Well, that's reassuring. Thank you, Terraria. Look at that. It even said not placing traps. Oh, wait. The old one is like not actually new. Or sorry, like the no traps one isn't new. I thought it was because of like the new boulders and stuff, but I guess that's already like just cooked into a regular world. Well, in that case, I guess I will just return to the other world that we were in. We can just do a normal playthrough. Nothing wrong with that. Ah, but Skyblock's a new experience. I should play Skyblock. Okay. Let's see. Twi Telescopium. There. Oh, baby. See, it's like Twi Telescopium, but Skyblock. I'm a genius. Okay. Boom. Bang. What is this? Is not my style. There we go. Bada bop. Boom. Pow. Boom. Twi Telescopium. Whee! And we go Skyblock. Alright, let's try it. Make Skyblock small. Heard. Why, though? Actually, you know what? Nah, I'm gonna go medium, and my reasoning is simple enough. Wait. So you start in the sky. There are 2 islands in the game. Oh, dang. Okay. I guess, yeah, probably is more convenient. I'm a little bit worried later in the game about, like, spawns. Particularly, like, if I can get my altitude low enough that I'm not getting barraged by wyverns while boss fighting, but... Wait, did I enter the wrong world? Hello? Oh my god, I didn't make it Skyblock that time, I forgot. Bruh. Okay, sorry, 3rd time's the charm. Skyblock. Whee! Small, Master Crimson. Okay. So we start with nothing but a solidifier. Hello, Kyle. There's dirt. There's slimes. Oh, the slimes have like way more stuff in them, I see. So we got, there's an acorn in this one, so that's how we're gonna get wood. Well, if I don't die. Oh, I'm dying. But I got the acorn though. Okay, so we can plant a tree. We can't plant tree, we don't have grass. Ah! Oh my. Okay. Wait, what do I do if I can't plant any trees? That seems problematic. Ouch. Oh my god, I'm getting sauced by these slimes. There's so many of them. Jungle grass seeds. Do I have to plant jungle grass here and then like live on a jungle island? That sounds scary. But I guess it's an option. Oh, I need mud if I'm gonna use jungle grass though, so I can't even do that. Okay, surely that one is like regular grass seeds. Yes, grass seeds. Okay. This is how we start our new wood economy. There are an insane amount of slimes, dude. Oh my goodness. Ah! I guess no wonder they put the solidifier there. They just know that you're getting jumped by slimes permanently. We might as well level this out. Probably be a lot easier to work on flat ground. This will be interesting. I never really got into playing Skyblock for Minecraft either, so... I'm kind of a bit of a Skyblock noob when it comes to this stuff. I think my intuition might be kind of bad. But it will be interesting. In the meantime, I mean, I guess push comes to shove, I could use slime blocks? Doesn't feel great. Oh, I just realized I'm leveling this. But my acorn is there. And my grass is there. Okay, well, I'll let that one stick up for now. But I need that grass to spread. Or else it's gonna be very slow. Okay, I guess one question that I have is that underneath of us, like if you make it down from the Sky Island, is there anything or is it just like void? Man, Royal Gel is gonna be like the GOAT accessory for this. I need to kill the King Slime ASAP, bro. Beneath is void. Mimics drop chest items or bosses, drop progression items, dungeon blocks from Eater, Brain, or Hellforge from Skeleton. Interesting. So, we will need to do a lot of boss fighting, I guess, if it's tied progression. No, there's ore! No, don't jump! My ores! Why? I loved you, Mr. Blue Slime. How could you do this to me? Oh. This one had platinum anyway. This one has ropes. I want ropes. Come here. This is really just like slime killing simulator for a while though, hey? Ow. I could really use a better sword. Or a better anything. Can I make the slime whip? What do I need for that? I can. Or a slime spear. I'll make the whip. Oh, and it lights them on fire. There's like no knockback though. I am noticing that. Ah! Ow, stay back. Ow. That's gonna be something to get used to, is having like 0 knockback. Ooh. Moonglow seeds? No, grass. Oh, more grass seeds. Okay. Oh, and we got some grass growing by the tree there. Ah. Whip's a bit janky, only lights enemies on the tip. That's probably fine. I guess I might as well start planting the other tree, like on the opposite side here. So we get more like spread out growth. It's gonna be interesting. I feel like they probably made this weapon specifically with Skyblock in mind. And so I'm kind of wondering if any of the new summon weapons also are like tailored for Skyblock. Like, I'm definitely thinking right now about like how boss spawners are even gonna work. Like, how am I getting to spawn the king slime? I just have to like wait for enough platinum and a ruby to come to me through a slime? Or like... No idea. Also, I've never felt like it takes so long to grow a tree before. It definitely does, but I'm like more acutely aware of it now. Okay, the more grass we get, the less total waiting we're gonna have to do. Put another one. Boom. Bang. Yeah, I know, but a slime rain is completely RNG event, you know what I mean? Like, it could take forever for a slime rain to happen. And I have a lot of questions. Like, how am I getting life crystals in this format? The islands? I don't know. I guess I'll find out later. Maybe it's better to not have too much spoiler. Maybe I would rather just figure it out as I go. For the time being, I guess I will clean some of these tombstones. Make way for new ones. Yeah, one thing's nice about this format, if I can say anything, I guess, is we are never running out of torches, bro. We're gonna have gel for a lifetime. Lifetime supply of gel. I wonder what... Yeah, I'm thinking right now, actually. I bet the, like, speedrun category for Skyblock is gonna end up looking super wacky. Because I imagine there's gonna be so much variance just based on, like, what slimes you get, like, off spawn. It would be interesting to see, like, a speedrun community characterize, like, what slime RNG is considered good enough to continue a run. There's something, like, I think deeply interesting about people who speedrun games that have, like, very high inherent variance on non-seeded, like, opportunities. Oh, my guy died. Rip. I'm sure I will also be dying soon, probably. Ow. Oh, there's zombies. Oh, I'm cooked. On everything, I'm so dead. The zombies didn't even make it to me, man. Okay, we could get a shackle, though. That could be... Zombie arm would be a big damage upgrade. There's some ideas. Try and plant another tree here. Zombies drop wood! I forgot! Oh my god. Wait, do they normally do that? I don't think they normally do that, but that is amazing. Thank you, Skyblock gods, for blessing me with just a little bit of wood. Maybe the dream of a house isn't so far away. I just gotta get cooked by some zombies for a little bit. Oh, you can hold down. Ah! I didn't realize you could hold down with the whip. I thought you had to just click like a bunch of times. No, the zombies! Come back! Interesting. Well, I guess... Oh, a sickle. How much damage does that do? 10 melee damage. Allows the collection of hay from grass. I don't think that's like the most influential. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah. It's interesting. Kind of surprised they would make that a drop, because can't you normally get that from the merchant anyway? Oh well. I feel like zombies are particularly unfair when I don't have blocks. Because, like, I can't jump over them. They also, like, input read and jump. Oh, fallen star. Yum. Take a while before you can get a merchant? I mean, a bit. I don't think it'll be like the worst. We've got some wood. Ah. It's gonna be a graveyard biome soon, though. Oh god. Dude, wait. I'm just thinking about this. I bet hardcore on Skyblock is like so brutal. How would you even do that? So you're just gonna like die, like no matter what. Oh, Demon Eyes? Actually killing Demon Eyes for the first time? Oh wait, I think I might have gotten a couple earlier. I guess it's hard to keep my money because I'm just like in an infinite cycle of death. Oh well, I guess while I'm just randomly hacking away at stuff with my whip, waiting for the night to end, I can just chill and talk about other stuff. I was kind of late to stream because I was playing Osu again. Today was not my most productive so far, I can't lie. I had 2 different Osu sessions. But it's been kind of fun. I don't know. I haven't played in like 3 weeks, but some of my friends that I like to play with were messaging me again, so I was like, oh, maybe I should like try and get back into form so that we can have a match sometime. Which I think physically it's kind of one of those things like working out where you kind of lose your form in terms of like limit pushing, similar to like working out. You know, I don't think that my stamina is like anywhere near where it was a few weeks ago, but I've been having fun on the stuff that I can play anyway. I've also been trying to get back on working out a little bit more consistently, but I think I gotta lower the weight a little bit probably. Because I can get through like what I was doing before. I can get through a set, but I definitely feel like I'm straining pretty hard on a couple of exercises. And I'd rather just like up the volume, but be able to do it more cleanly. I think that's probably better. I'm getting so cooked by these zombies. Like, it is actually so hard to not just instantly die. We have a graveyard biome now. I'm getting so murked. Oh, finesse. It's like the difficulty is getting to one side so that I can actually, like, distance myself a little bit. And then it's just, you know, I can actually get some kills as I walk myself to my death on the side. Okay, we're getting a lot of stuff here, though. This is good. We have 45 wood? That's, like, almost enough for a room. I believe. I think I am dead. Ah! I forgot Abigail Flower exists. Isn't that a summon weapon? Or is it just a pet? I don't remember. We got our tree! We got our first tree! No way! Is a summon weapon? That's pretty nice. I could definitely use a friend up here. It's gonna be very lonely up in the sky. Well, I mean, I guess we still get NPCs. Are you kidding me? The Fallen Star lands up there? I can't get up there. I'm actually like finessing these zombies so hard. Never mind. Oh! I got comboed. Yeah, I was having a nice conversation earlier as well with Nahi after the visual novel, which by the way, Nahi's visual novel, it was so fun. Like, if I wasn't just absolutely losing my voice, I probably would have tried to play like every ending on stream, like in one go. I still have to check out the other endings off stream, but really good game. Anyway, I found out through that she's into J-metal, so we were sharing J-metal stuff earlier, and I ended up finding some really sick stuff. There's this one like Vocaloid producer that I like called Yuyoyupe. They have a song with Toa is like one of the main ways I know them from, but some of their stuff is like popular on Osu as well. But what I didn't know is they have like a really popular heavy metal EP that I just never heard of before. And so I checked that out, and that was really catchy, honestly. I really enjoyed it. Because I knew they do some like heavier metal based off of the Toa song. I just never stumbled onto it before, but it was really sick to find like more discography for an artist that I like passively enjoyed. Okay, we have 100 wood. We can definitely start on a room. Also, what is that? Maggot zombie? That's kind of gross. Okay, workbench. Chair. Should probably do dirt walls, right? Wait, there are so many kinds of dirt wall. Oh my god. Look at the options. Let's do layered. That looks kind of cool. This is a cool, like, new crafting menu. The torches, or I guess they'll have to be one higher. Let's see. Well, if I farm more, oh, you can't. This doesn't work through a hole. That sucks. I was thinking this would be a good way to farm. It doesn't seem like it. What if I have like a 2-hole? Okay, if I have a 2-hole, it works. What if I do like this? Oh, okay, I found an angle. Problem is they all just want to chill up here. I can't get them when they're above me. So I guess I need to make this wall like taller. But they can still jump that? Oh my god, dude. Zombies got leaps. Okay, there we go. We do this so that they stay grounded, and now I can easily farm enemies. Alright, now we've got a setup going. Ooh, armored shackle. Extra 4 defense. That's pretty good. That'll go a long way. Okay. I want this as well. This stuff doesn't fly away as, or like jump away as easily. Now we've got an efficient mob farming setup. There we go. The only problem is that if I do it like this, it's not going to count as like valid housing. It's a little finicky hitbox wise, but it works. Bro, the constant whip sound effect. This is like a Johnny Test episode or something. Okay, I'm gonna turn sound like way down, so there's not as much just the entire time. But yeah, it was really fun sharing like Metal Rex with Nahi. It put me in the mood to listen to more metal, because I really like metal stuff. I think I just don't go out of my way for it like that often. I don't really know why either. Like I enjoy it. I just don't think about it a lot of the time. Maybe what I'll do is I'll go up here. Okay, we can have like our like second floor here. Kind of scared of this demon eye. Now we're good though. Cool. getting our house set up here. I need to plant more trees, though. That is something I need to go out and do. And the abundance of zombies does make that a little bit harder. Admittedly. We have so much more grass here, though. Like, that is very helpful. Wait, I don't want to like accidentally mess this up. Ah, we got another guide. I even intentionally waited until I had enough money that it could have been the merchant, but nope. Nope, we got the guide. Ah, well. Real ones know he's already playing another world. This is my second world of the stream. This is the I waited until stream to start a playthrough. I know Cheen's been doing some Terraria. I was kind of surprised that he started before me, but it made more sense that he was like still doing like a group playthrough. Still no. Still don't see that like flower weapon we were talking about before. Well, what do you mean? No, it wasn't me. He was playing with Dingles. His Scottish brother, bro. And me and Sheen were like having a debate the other day. That was kind of funny because he sent me a picture that he met up with Dingles and he was like, yeah, he was so tall. And I was like, okay. And he said he was about the height of Aaron, which like tripped me out because I swear Aaron was like kind of short. Like from what I remember, I don't know. I swear he was like 5'8" or something. Like, I know that Cheen is short, but I was trying to figure out if Cheen was, like, ridiculously short based on like, the comparison. I don't know how Cheen doesn't just have, like, an ID or something. Oh, wait, no, he did. He had one with his height. But Cheen wasn't even that short. Like, I thought he was shorter than he actually was based on the way that he described it. Because he was, like 5'6" or so. Yeah, I thought he was like closer to 5, like low 5'5" or something, but no. Maybe I'm just like misremembering Aaron being like crazy short because it was a long time ago. He is 5'8"? Okay, never mind that. That's so confusing. I don't know, is Sheen's definition of so tall just like 2 inches then? Because that seems like so nothing to me, you know what I mean? Like, I was thinking the other day about the same kind of experience, but it was because I went to an event and I saw one of my friends that I haven't seen in a few years. And that guy is like 6'3" or something ridiculous. Like, he's actually ginormous. So even for me, you know, he's like almost half a foot taller than me. That makes me feel like crazy short. But like 2 inches, that's like not that much, you know what I mean? I mean, it could be giant, but it depends on the context. In the context of height, that doesn't feel like it's that much. How tall are you? I'm like 5'10". I'm the epitome of average height. We call you a mega giant. I'm saying, like, I don't know. Are people in Scotland like short like normally though? Because I swear I looked it up and it was like pretty normal for first world country. But Sheen was saying that he never sees people that are like 5'10" normally. Like Aaron was like tall compared to the people he was seeing. I think that's very surprising, you know. There's not like, I don't know, maybe he just lives in some like little garden gnome like mythical neighborhood and there's like just only short people there. But it struck me as like very interesting. That's true. I guess it probably is a bit more skewed to like urban areas for taller people. I could definitely see that being the case. Yo, there's a raven up there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I left the home base, and I think I might die for it. Because, like, I probably can beat the ghost, but how am I getting back? Oh, especially after taking damage. I'm so cooked. Oh! The finesse. Never mind. I never doubted myself. Successful detour. Describing the boonies as out in the wild is really funny. But yeah, I mean, that's true. I guess you'll see there's probably like a skew in terms of age demographics too. Like you probably have relatively more younger people in the city. And the like average height, I think, just goes up as you get like further in history. You know, like the average height has gone up a lot in the past like few decades. And so if you look at it from that perspective, the types of people who are more likely to be living out in the country, they have to have like more independently established, I feel like, to manage that. And so the average age is probably higher. And I guess by that logic, the average height is probably a little bit lower. Never thought about it like that, but I guess it probably is just a case of having that be a bit skewed. Do I have enough wood to do? Okay, I should definitely start another room. This ghost is gonna kill me. I can feel it. Never mind. He's just chilling down there. So respectful. Not coming up my floors. That demon eye is schmovin'. Oh my. He's clipping into the floor, having a good time. To a girl who was 6'8"? 6'8"? That is ridiculous. Oh my. That's insane, dude. I mean, that's just gotta be some, like, crazy genetics for that, you know what I mean? Like... That's insane, though. That's so tall. It's, like, unfathomably tall. 6'8". Dude, I would feel, like, so small. Yeah, that already... I feel like... You know, I wonder what the height skew is like for, like, women's sports, actually. I'm kind of curious, because I feel like you see it a lot in, like, men's sports where people are, like, absolute freakishly giant. And I would imagine women's sports have to be the same. I guess I've never thought about to what extent. There's probably a significant skew depending on, like, how competitive you're looking at of a sport too, right? Because something like basketball there's going to be like a huge slant towards taller people, but also, I don't know, WNBA isn't like huge, I don't think. But if you look at something like tennis, where age is like, or sorry, where height is like a significant advantage, but also the women is like, the women's tournaments are probably pretty close to equal in terms of popularity. I think you'd probably get a good demographic with something like that. WNBA 6 feet according to Google. Yeah, see, that just feels like not that tall for that. You know what I mean? Like, I would low-key expect it to be higher. Like, that's really tall for women by, like, regular standards. But for, like, athlete standards, I could imagine a universe where it's higher. But it's probably just the fact that, like, the WNBA isn't so competitive that you're gonna get, like, automatically cooked if you're not, like, over 6 feet. You know what I mean? Like, you could be, like, 5'10" and just skill diff it. Whereas, like, in the actual NBA, if you're under 6 feet, like, you're probably GG'd. I don't know. I feel like being 6 feet in the NBA is being short, which is, like, crazy. But, you know, because there's like, such a high barrier of entry, it makes sense. I feel like tennis is one of the surprising sports for that, too, because I would have never thought intuitively that height matters that much, but I guess for stuff like just being able to smash the ball at like more angles, like steeper, or like having a serve that can come down faster, you know, I guess it could make a lot of difference throughout the course of the game. Long arms, the main thing for tennis rather than height. I could see that. That's true. I think that they tend to probably go hand in hand. Like, if you have long arms, you're probably just tall. But I guess that the advantage would be in, like, the wingspan, sort of, yeah. Because you can swing, like, with more range of motion. Whereas in basketball, it's more about, like, being able to go over people. Or, like, jump higher. I could see that. I don't usually follow tennis, like, that closely, for the most part. Wait, I don't get banners in this mode? Oh, that would have been great to have. No banner? Also, I should make wood armor. Wait, why is my crafting menu like this? Okay. Yay! Now I have Twi outfits. I find it, like, kind of interesting that I know, like, anything about tennis, because I don't really tend to follow it, but my dad watches it a lot. So sometimes I'll just come out into the living room and watch, and sometimes it's interesting. Like, I remember I saw a game the other day where there was, like, only one Canadian player left in the, like, whatever tournament's going on right now. I think it might have been the Australian Open, and she was paired against the #1 player in the world for the, like, women's tennis. And she was, like, she got completely owned in the first set. It was, like, 6-1 or something. And then the other one, apparently, she was losing... I think she was losing 4-1, and then she brought it back to end up, like, going to tiebreaker. And she lost because apparently the ranked 1 player in women's tennis is on, like, at least in the women's sphere, a record-breaking, like, tiebreaker streak of winning, like, her past 20 tiebreaks in major tournament play in a row, which is, like, that's insane. That's so crazy to me, but it was a good match, you know. I think tennis can actually be pretty entertaining sometimes. But, oh, my banners window, that feels... Yeah, I was gonna say that feels, like, a little bit extra that I have to go out of my way to, like, open a menu for it, but also I guess it's nice that it doesn't, like, bloat your inventory unless you're ready to pick up the banner. It'll definitely take me some time to get used to the new crafting overlay. I agree. But I think there's a lot of quality of life, like, updates that are patched in that I find, like, interesting. They're definitely thoughtful. It'll just take some time. Is the groom immune to fire damage? I think he must be, right? Because this thing just never, like, lights on fire. They added weapons. I don't think there's any new boss fights, but I could be mistaken. I know there's new weapons. There's, like, the cosmetic stuff. There's, like, the little CGs with the NPCs. Like, hold on, let me finish beating up this guy. Oh my god, he dies so slowly, though. Please, come on. Thank you. They have, like, this little CG screen for all of these now, which is kind of cool. But it does seem like a lot of it was more so, like, graphics and, like, quality of life stuff, yeah. Oh, you can do crafting from chests now? Wait, that's pretty nice. That is a pretty nice update, I have to say. Ah. Get up here. I wanted to ask again, how do I get Abigail's flower? Because I remember I've gotten it before, but I know to some extent it's just luck. I'm just trying to remember if there's like a condition that I need to fulfill for it to appear. Because once I've got it, it would be nice to clear the graveyard. Every game, I feel like, yeah, it's definitely a nice feature for like sandbox, like survival games. Valheim was so bad with that you couldn't even quick stack. Ooh, that. To be fair, I hate quick. Well, actually, no, wait. Quick stacking is really useful. I don't like automatically like dumping my inventory into chests or like letting it organize it for me. But not having quick stack is like really slow. Yeah. Dang. I remember I tried Valheim a little bit, but it just like I just didn't vibe with it. I don't really remember what it was though. To be fair, I feel like I'm not usually like the most keen on games like Terraria outside of Terraria itself. Single player Valheim seems boring, but it was fun with my bro. I could see that, yeah. I think I might have had a friend. I'm not 100%. I know that my friend wanted to play it with me. I just can't remember if I tried it by myself or if I tried it with him. It's been so long since I did that. Flower spawns close to tombstones on any type of grass. I see. Good to know. Guess we can place another tombstone. Continue boosting our odds. So I guess something I'm curious about for Skyblock then is like, obviously slime rain could happen. Outside of slime rain, how am I getting to like a boss fight? Like, where's my first major progression? Ooh, the merchant CG. He looks like more youthful than I would have expected in some ways. Some health potions would definitely be nice. Probably want pig. I would like the piggy bank. We've got the merchant into safety. Very cool. So I guess in terms of like next steps, I could set up like a platform that we can use for like boss fights. I could start platforming outwards actually, maybe. Cuz we have a decent amount of wood at this point, right? So maybe it's time that we start exploring horizontally. I've got my my money in storage now anyway, so it seems like a reasonable time to go and look for some new land. All right, let us explore west. Did they update the backgrounds? Or is it just different because I'm like in the sky? There's new background. It looks very like quaint. I like it. I'm a little curious about if there's any significance to the background. I don't think so. Just that there's like this big like gap in the trees. But I guess that's just to create visual contrast. There's probably not anything actually deeper behind it. Far to get on a Hollow Knight? Man, I forgot I was doing Hollow Knight for a bit again a while back too, yeah. I was still doing the Dream Needle stuff. I think I was nearly done the Dream Needle stuff, but I didn't get all the way through it. So I didn't get that much further when I came back to the game, admittedly. I only ended up doing a couple sessions. I feel like I would enjoy doing Silk Song eventually. Oh my, almost fell. I just haven't felt like much urgency to it. I don't know. Everybody was like super gassing Silk Song when it came out, probably deservedly. But to be fair, it does feel like the type of thing I can enjoy, but not the type of game that I normally like go out of my way for, if that makes sense. I like difficult games, and I think that that aspect of it lends well to me, and I do kind of like platformers as well, but I think that I've been trending away from playing like harder games for a while. Whoa, what is that? Cloud slime? That seems new. Drops cloud. Self-explanatory enough. These guys only spawn like not in your home island? It's interesting. Because I'm seeing a lot of them out here, but we didn't see any of these before. I'm just trying to make my way back to my island. Don't mind me. How much platinum ore have I gotten? Like 40? It's not bad. Or 50. That's not bad, honestly. We are making some progress on getting ores online. Kind of need more wood so that I can continue bridging. I wonder what I'm gonna do for like a hook. No, merchant, come back. Come back inside, friend. Why must they wander? Oh, I kind of played myself here. I might die. Oh! I'm getting juggled. Now we're chilling, we're chilling. I never die. There we go. I remember you mentioning the bazaar. Yeah, I haven't played an auto battler in a while. That would be kind of interesting. Recently, in terms of like strategy gaming, my recent addiction has been I found out Balatro multiplayer, and that oh my goodness. To be fair, okay, I haven't been like super grinding it the way that I was for like the first week or two after I found that. But man, I was super on that when it came out. I think auto battlers are fun though. Like not having a mechanical aspect can sometimes make it a little bit less fatiguing to play. Although I feel like I might be slipping back into like a mechanics game arc for myself. Because I was definitely enjoying Osu a bit past couple days, but also I started playing Tetris again, which is kind of random. I haven't played Tetris in like a while, but I was playing a little bit because my friend Luz had it on during his like birthday stream. So I hopped in for that, and I ended up doing some 40-line practice. It's been pretty fun. I got a really good time the other day, actually. I got a 47.047. It was like a 2-second PB. I remember thinking that like getting back under 50 seconds was going to be really hard. And then I managed it like pretty comfortably after a little bit. What is that? Maggots. Can I do anything with that? Maybe I should catch it. Merchant. Give me a bug net, good sir. Wait, it's gone! My maggots! There's still rat. Come here, rat. Boink. A resurgence of Rocket League? Maybe if I could open the game. Oh my god, dude. I have tried, like, so many times to get Rocket League to open on my PC. It is actually... I think that Psionics possessed my computer or something. Like, I can't think of any other solution for it. I've tried reinstalling on Steam, on Epic. I tried, like, going into my local files and emptying out the Rocket League stuff didn't do anything. It still breaks. I don't know. I looked it up, and the closest I had was a thread where a bunch of people were saying, oh yeah, just uninstall, reinstall. It didn't work. Some guy was like, uninstall Fortnite, and I was like, okay, because I still had it installed for some reason. Did not work. Although it was probably a good decision, just because, you know, Fortnite taking up a lot of disk space for a game that I don't really play. It's just kind of like odd. I don't know. I have no idea why it's like so unbelievably broken, but it just doesn't work. It just crashes on the title screen every time, which is kind of sad because I would enjoy playing Rocket League a little bit again. Bottom floor being shorter than the other one. Look, okay? I built it in a panic, trying to escape from like a billion zombies when I had no weapon. It's just a reminder of our past, of our humble beginnings. Ooh, it's gonna be nighttime. Maybe it's kind of dangerous to be bridging right now. Maybe I don't care. Maybe I'm just better at the game. Look, I have 7 defense. I lied. I should put my armored shackle back on. Ouch. See, 11 damage from a green slime? That's like nothing. We tank those. I do have a recall potion. I can keep it handy. Just in case. Oh, it's already nighttime. That sucks. We'll just make it to the next island before I get jumps. And then we'll set shelter there. It'll be great. Surely everything will be fine. Not even close. Oh, but now I'm not moving forward. I'm gonna start just getting like flooded with enemies. Yeah. It's probably gonna be cooked here. Ouch. I need like a pink slime so I can get peace candle. Oh, I'm like hella low. Okay, let's go back. Let's just go home. It's fine. Might try Balatro again. Didn't understand how the game worked and it made my brain heavy, so I closed it. I think Balatro is definitely a little bit confusing when you're new to it, but I also think that once you get a feel for it, it is the most fun roguelike I've ever played, and it's not close. Like, as a deck builder, it's just really well balanced and fun. I think the main challenge is kind of just like, well, you just kind of need to infinitely scale up your score up until like the end of the game, at least, right? Unless you're trying to go into endless mode and do like crazy runs with that. And so in a lot of ways, it's like not really knowing what you're supposed to be doing to like scale upwards. But one of the nice things about Balatro is there's like a lot of different ways for like a wide variety of builds to work, depending on like what you get, and a lot of the time you can kind of just stumble into success by accident. But on the whole, like, the main principles of it are like simple enough. You want to make sure that you have money so that you can afford to buy better stuff. Once you have $25, you're like maximally earning interest on every round. So it's good to like try and get up to and hold like $25, and then you can just kind of like use the extra money to roll around a bit deeper. But in the early game, you look for anything that can give you chips or malts, like plus malt, and then later into the game, you try and find cards that can give you like times malt, because you can get multiplicative scaling, and that's obviously a lot like higher ceiling. And there's a lot of ways to do that in practice. I think it might be a little bit easier if you either just like you kind of have to play and just like trial and error it a bit, or like watch other people who know what they're doing and just kind of like sponge it a little bit, I feel like. But you played Slay the Spire. I have not. I know a lot of people like that game. I don't really know a lot about Slay the Spire, if I'm being honest. Doesn't Northern Lion play that a decent amount? I feel like I've seen clips of him playing it. Can I make a bed? I don't think so, right? I have no webs. Man. Skyblock progression is like hella slow, I have to say. In the early game, anyway. I imagine a lot of the slowness is weighted towards the early game, but... Probably the best roguelike for me. I get bored of it because it's repetitive. That's fair. Depth in that game and balancing is next level. That's pretty like good. I think that having like a very large pool of stuff that can all work is really important to having like good replayability in a roguelike. I think Balatro really nails that as well. Like there are a couple of setups that are like a little bit more consistent. Like if you get them early game, it's kind of just like an auto win if you know what you're doing. But on the whole, there's like so much you can do. Like there's a guy on YouTube who made a series out of getting Completionist Plus, which is the it's the achievement for winning on like gold stake with every single Joker. So there's like 150 different like cards that you can get in a run, and he won on the top difficulty with all of them without losing a single time. Which I think just goes to show, like, he is really good for what it's worth, but like, you can really run like kind of whatever if you know what you're doing, which is fun. Although there are probably some of those runs, as somebody who also did that achievement, some of those cards are useless in the late game, and you're just kind of like, you have a different setup that's so strong that you can let them freeload. Ah! Ouch. Youch! Oh, I'm dead. I'm so dead. Psych. I'm fine. Oh my god, why are there so many demon eyes? Leave me alone. Eek. Okay, there we go. I got a zombie arm now. That's pretty nice. Alternative option. I think the DPS is probably a lot better for that. I guess there's not really much help from the guide here. Interesting. Like 6 hours past few days, never seen the same build twice. That's pretty crazy. Not even like in 6 hours of gameplay. I guess, yeah. Maybe you have like fundamental ideas that carry over, but not like the actual same build. kind of want to leave a fallen star so that I can tell when it's no longer nighttime. Same idea, so many ways to execute it, and unique synergies. Yeah, that sounds like mostly the same appeal that Balatro has. I mean, Balatro is an extremely simple game at its core, right? There's literally only two numbers. There's chips and there's mult, and the only like real difference between them is that there are cards that can like sort of times multiply instead of just being like additive when it comes to the mult part, but like it's literally two stats, you know what I mean? It's so like simple, but it still works really well. Ravens are hostile, right? I believe so. Oh well, easy. I have played The Binding of Isaac, yeah. It's been a long time. I think I just had it on Family Share back in the olden days. But I do remember Binding of Isaac, yeah. I wonder if Binding of Isaac ever goes on like really good sale, or it's like only a couple dollars, because it could be kind of fun to play after a long time. I enjoyed it, yeah. I thought it was a pretty fun roguelike as well. More of like a PvE kind of vibe to it. I think Binding of Isaac kind of feels like a mechanically simpler version of Hades, maybe. If I had to try and tie it to something, but there's like more variance to the enemies you're fighting. Because like Hades, I really enjoyed Hades, and I still think it's fun, but also like every run is the exact same rooms, you know? There is no like level variance in Hades, and I think that does affect how replayable it is to an extent. Hades is fun for like 3 runs, then you get bored. Yeah, I kind of agree. I think I enjoyed it for a lot more than 3 runs, but in terms of like winning runs, yeah, you don't have to win that many before it gets a little bit stale. Ooh, there's a cloud here. Whoa, whoa, what just happened? What was that? Shimmer Island? That would explain the background. Is there anything like beneath me? Another cloud here. Ah, down here. Okay. At last, a discovery. So here we've got the shimmer, as well as some other interesting looking mechanisms. Oh! Wait, I die. Wait, I actually just dead. Whee! Clutch. Woo! It is a long fall. Oh my god. Oh, there's hell. And we die. That was a long fall. Not hardcore. What? Oh! Oh, look, look! Okay, we can ungraveyard our home biome. We found it. Abigail's flower. Look, we got a friend. Finally. The summon build is so back. There we go. We got the demolitionist. Welcome. Well, the home island is definitely coming along now, which is very nice. Gravestones don't actually sell for anything, do they? I don't think so. Maybe I'll keep them then. Let's make a chest. Why not? Or we're actually crafting a chest. I can't even do that because I don't have any iron. It's okay. I don't need inventory space anyway. Let's make our way back to the Shimmer Island. I guess I'll get rid of Abigail for now because I don't want to aggro random slimes. Yeah, I don't know. In terms of like starting new games, I haven't been as inclined to like new difficulty games. I think I've been more inclined because I don't know. I think that it's a little bit draining to try and learn like new hard games a lot of the time. I've been enjoying like, I guess not so much playing a lot of them, but like consuming a little bit more like story-based games. I liked Firewatch. I thought it was interesting. I was, I've been really enjoying watching playthroughs of, like, DDLC again. I kind of want to play Omori. I watched the first episode of a YouTuber I like playing Omori, and I thought to myself, like, man, if this game goes on sale, I should definitely buy it. Because the story seems like, really good, but also the gameplay seems a little bit more up my alley than I initially would have guessed as well. Okay, let's try and not, like, fall to my death this time. That would be pretty cool. Okay, success. Go ahead and have like a platform over the top of this so that we don't accidentally fall into the shimmer water. So what is this? I guess this turns it into the shimmer biome from a regular biome? Or this... Huh. I'm also noticing there's obsidian here. So that is very useful. From like a progression standpoint. I don't know if there's a lot else here to sort of take note of in particular. I was kind of hoping there would be a little bit more direction out of finding my like next island, but I guess there's not really that much to see here, eh? Honestly, it does feel a little bit like a sunk cost fallacy thing at this point, but I think I'm gonna switch back off to the regular world. I don't know. I'm not really enjoying Skyblock. It doesn't feel like Terraria to me. Like, truthfully, after playing that for like almost an hour and a half or so, I don't know. It feels. I miss exploring, like, the given world, yeah. I agree. I thought, on paper, Skyblock sounded like a really cool idea, since Terraria has, like, so many progression options to it, but it just kind of was feeling a little bit lackluster. The progression is extremely slow. And it just doesn't make sense to me in some ways, like... What, to do my first boss, I just wait for King Slime to magically happen by Slime Rain. I don't know, like, how I get life crystals. I'm sure that there is, like, stuff implemented around it that I just didn't, like, play long enough to get to. Oh, I'm dead. I'm actually so dead. There was a life crystal down there, though. Oh! I'm nice. Suffocated by sand trap. This is the Terraria I know and love. How am I supposed to play Terraria without sand trap? Good old sand trap. I missed you. You know, I'm noticing. Is my Finch even like active as a weapon right now, or is he just kind of chilling? I don't know, but he's very cute. You can check out Amori for you. It looked really good, honestly. The first, like... I watched a playthrough that went over the first, like, hour or two of the game. I don't remember exactly. But it definitely seemed, like, pretty dark. I think I will accrue some new trauma if I play it. But it also seems like the story would be really good. I just get a good quality-wise, a good vibe off of the little bit that I saw. And it seemed to me like it might be personally relatable in some ways, and so I kind of wanted to try and play it for myself instead of consuming it through somebody else. Dude, I have no torches. Let me make some though. There we go. So the minecart rail here doesn't go that far. But it did lead me to a life crystal, which is very generous. Yeah, I thought it was really interesting, by the way. I kind of wanted to talk about this. Because the Firewatch playthrough was interesting, right? I remember when I came out of the game, I felt like a little bit unsatisfied about it in the sense that, you know, it's a very messy game, right? Like, the whole idea of it being that you have, like, I don't know, how do you put it? Like, you have like a fake conspiracy going on, right? It seems like you're being conspired against, but in reality it's not. But then like some aspects of the game are very conspiracy-like, you know? Like, I mean, spoilers, I guess, if you still haven't seen it. You know, like all the stuff that happens with like Ned and his kid and all of that. It was like, it is very conspiratory away, like, you know, he was literally conspiring to frame you for like a forest fire, and he's got like logs of your conversations, you know, it's very creepy. But I found it very interesting watching this channel that I like to watch called Euro Brady. It was very interesting watching like a therapist play it, because he like on his first playthrough, no spoilers or anything, he's just already clocked like, I don't believe in the conspiracy thing happening here. I think that that's just our own like misinterpretation of the situation. And he was right. He was completely right. You know, when I was playing it, I thought there was something going on with like the Wapiti station stuff and whatnot, because they had like the fake report in there. And planting that where they did was very devious, but in reality, it was like nothing to do with it. But there was a lot of like thoughtful aspects of it that I think I didn't pick up on my first playthrough. Like you're also like throughout the entirety of the game, you're portrayed as reading a bunch of books that are like very kind of conspiratory, like guy going against like the government or like, you know, some like big crime ring or something like that. You know, like a lot of the books that he had in his free time were also kind of pointing towards like mentally sort of shifting in that way. I think it's a very messy game, but it's a very well thought out messy game, and I didn't fully appreciate that in my first playthrough. Ooh, magic conch is kind of nice to have, honestly. There's probably better things I could have pulled, but that is certainly not bad. Man, it feels so weird to play Terraria normally and just like go exploring around caving with basically no weapon. I'm so used to playing hardcore runs where like I would have to be in a box the entire time right now because I would just die, you know, like I can't defend myself. And the thing is, I still can't defend myself. Like Copper Short Sword, Finch Staff, like if something jumps me, I am cooked. But I don't have to care. Like I can just die and it's fine. It's kind of soothing. It's kind of chill. I was gonna say I don't have magic mirror, but I do have magic conch. I could just like despawn off to the ocean. Why not? Whee! Oh god, it's nighttime. That's not ideal. Wait, I don't have glow sticks, so I can't really go looking for chests easily. Oh! There's no way I can beat a zombie arms out. Wait, my Finch is going in though. Oh my god, get him. Get him, bro. Let him cook. Oh my goodness. Oh, the Finch solo. Why do they all have zombie arms? Stop. Oh, the Finch staff is cooking him though, somehow. I wasn't a believer, but he is cooking him. on. There we go. Let's go to the other side of the ocean. Okay, neither of my oceans are corrupted. That's nice. I wonder if we can find anything out here. Oh my god, why is there always zombie arm? So scary. I wonder what I need to make the web with. Because I do have some webs here. Oh, wait, whoa. Whoa, the dungeons look different. You guys see that up there? Wait, they like made the structures different at the top. I need to get back up there. Dude, what is all this? This looks cool as hell. Look at this. Wait, this looks sick. Dude, this looks so cool. It's like very tall. It's like it's literally like a castle. So they made it a lot harder to go over the dungeon. That's interesting. Look at how tall this is, dude. Oh my god. Be interesting if there's something on the top. I doubt it, but down here, take a little bit of caution, but oh, it's crimson here. That is very scary. Oh, there's a Chimera. Eek! Oh, I'm dead. I'm so dead. Wait, psych? Oh, infinite knockback glitch. Copper short sword is the best weapon in the game. Do you guys see that they made like a reskin of the Zenith called the True Copper Short Sword? And it's literally just the Zenith, but as a copper short sword. I saw that, and that is honestly like such a sick gag. I like it. Oh, there was Deathroot, but it only showed me like as the night ended. It's unfortunate. I'm scared. Can he open doors? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Let's check out the dungeon, I guess. Ouch. There's the old man. Does the old man have a CG? He does. Honestly, there's a lot of characters where I thought the CG would look scarier than the way they actually sprited it. This new, like, upper dungeon room looks so cool, though, I have to say. Like, this structure generation is sick. Oh, there's, like, areas up here that you have to, like, parkour to even get up to as well. It would be cool if they put like a water bolt at the top or something. I think that they stopped allowing you to get water bolt pre-Skeletron, which makes sense because it's kind of broken, but it would be cool. Oh, I thought I died. That was neat. Do I have any recalls? Surely I got at least one from all those chests. I do. Okay. Let's be a little bit explorative. Let's see if we can go down further. If there's a chest there, I'd love to get that. My copper bars, dude. I need to bin something. Crimson torches. I'd like the chest itself, too. How far do you think I can go down? Oh. Okay, we're fine. Not dying to Dungeon Guardian today, thank you. Okay, we get to build like a cute, like, village house, because I have the living wood wand and like the loom and everything this time around. So we get to build like a little forest town, which I always love having the option to do. I really like the aesthetic of the living wand. Or like just the living wood in general, I suppose. Let's see, where... Wait, do I have it? Or do I just have the living loom? Oh no, I didn't get the wand. Damn. Huh. Okay, well I could wait on doing it just to see if I get luckier. Make a blocks chest and dump some stuff I don't need immediately on me into here. Have a herbs chest. Blink roots is a great pull from that. Thank you. Can be me getting hit by slime chest. Very good. Ouch. This could be mob loot materials. We can put, or in the herbs chest I should have my bottles actually. Here, the web, or wait, I wanted to check with the webs actually. Some stuff. Oh, wait, I didn't even realize I had this. That's nice. Vertebra moments. Golden key. Stars. Is here. Crafting. I wanted to see cob whip. Add a loom. What about add a living loom? Does that work? It does. Alright, the summoner playthrough is online. Oh, that is slow. Oh my god, yeah, this is... Look at how, like, dinky the range of motion is on this thing. That leaves some room for desire, for certain. But it is humble beginnings. It is our like, complete starter whip, you know? That just means there's a lot of room to go up from here. A lot of room for forward progression. Let's see. Well, I would love to find a living wood wand. And so I guess we gotta explore more and see if we can find more living trees. Try our luck with that. Get some cactus armor in the meantime. Give ourselves a little defense boost. Oh god. Aggroing 2 vultures at the same time? That is a bold choice, Finch. Oh boy. No, we're gonna be okay. We got it. Oh, antlion swarmer is a little scarier. It's okay. Team effort. The power of friendship. You know, actually, like, the whip itself is kind of, like, clunky. But the little spiders that it gives you as well are, like, pretty strong for, like, this early game. It's a really decent weapon. Okay. So we can make cactus armor. Oh, wait, I'm so smart. I picked a seed with a desert pyramid. Look at me. Oh my. Get out of here. Okay, what do you guys think? It could be that we get the god tier pull sandstorm in a bottle. It could be the very mid tier magic carpet that's kind of nice early game at least. Or it could be the pharaoh robes. Although I guess because the shimmer exists, technically they can all be the best pull. Like, they're all useful. It's just a matter of if you get it now or later. Let's find out. Boop. Oh, sandstorm in a bottle. That is what we love to see. This is going to be a fun playthrough. That is such a nice find, dude. Holy. That is so nice. Doesn't look like there's anything else down here. Man, I always forget this double jump goes so long. Like, look at the travel distance on that, dude. It even gives you, like, good momentum. Like, it's low-key a decent speed accessory. That is so nice. This is gonna be fun. We have some Crimson Desert. That's good for farming some stuff later game, although I don't know that it's gonna matter as a summoner. We'll see. I guess what I'm concerned about is I'm imagining that this is the jungle side. And well, yeah, this has to be jungle side. And I don't really want my jungle to be corrupt. Spear really matters, sure. Oh, coin portal. 10 gold. Okay, we gotta be careful not to die then. Chicken charm. That's new. What does that do? I'll have to check that out in a sec. Let's see. I think I'm just wearing it on my leg. I don't know what that does, but sure. Chicken charm. Oh, it makes me make chicken noises when I get hit. That's kind of fun. Okay. Let's get out of the crimson. So, the good news is that my jungle's not contaminated, like I was worried it might be. Can't believe we got a seed with sandstorm in a bottle. That is so nice. I don't even have to build to get out of there. I just jump. That is big nice. I have to be very careful walking into the jungle though, because like, I don't know. Yeah, I'll probably try and see if I can finesse like a regular chest or something before I get jumped by jungle bats, but I got 10 gold on me, so I can't play it too risky. There's a boomerang. Look, I said I was interested in finding out about the Axorang, so I guess now I've got the means to look into that. My inventory's pretty full at this point. So far, so chill. I don't even know what I'm really looking for right now. Venturing a lot deeper than I thought I would. Oh, Crimson Altars look creepier than they used to, that's for sure. Okay, well we found an ivy tree, that's pretty sick. Let's see what we get. Could get a living, like, jungle wand, I guess. I don't know that that's, like, as my style, but it could be interesting. Jungle bat, but it's walled off from me. Oh, Anklet of the Wind. What a pull, dude. Wait, this seed is nuts. This seed is so good. Don't need archery potion. Don't need singular mushroom. Okay, let's return. Oh, it's nighttime. Why? Okay, box. There we go. Now we're chill. Blocks. We can have potions chest. Random potions go at the bottom. Regular buff potions go at the top. Let's see. How's the new update? So far, it's been, like, fun. I haven't had the most thorough experience because I spent about an hour and a half trying out Skyblock, which seems cool, but was really kind of boring, if I'm being honest. Like, the progression was insanely slow. So after a while, I was kind of just like, I don't really feel like playing Skyblock. I'm just gonna switch over to a regular playthrough. But I mean, so far on the whole, I think I've been enjoying. There's some new quality of life stuff that's kind of interesting. They added some new weapons. I think most notably, there's like a lot more summon weapons now. So I'm trying a summoner playthrough for the first time. Do I have a mob loot material chest? Yeah, what was the one I'm missing? I'm missing ores. Oh, that zombie just got clocked. Let's see. This here. Oh, I wanted a fishing chest too. So we'll expand my box some more. Fishing. Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, like, apparently all of the other, like, seeds that were pickable in that, like, menu already existed before. It's just like they made a menu that compartmentalizes them and you can, like, combine them now, which is kind of cool. I think it's neat that you can combine them now. But the only, like, new one from what I saw was the, what's it called? The only, like, proper new one is the Skyblock, and I don't know. Maybe if I looked up like a tutorial for it, it would be more interesting. But I swear I played for like over an hour and made like almost no progress that felt tangible. Like, I don't know when I was getting to a boss fight or anything like that, for example, you know? It kind of just felt like I was endlessly killing slimes and zombies in the sky with no, like, deeper goal in mind. It does seem a little gimmicky, yeah. Like, I don't know. The more I was playing, it just kind of was like... I feel like a lot of what I like about Terraria is like the explorative aspect of it, and not having that by just being on like a sky island just felt like kind of lackluster, like something was missing, you know what I mean? There are a lot of specific changes. Apparently there's only 2 islands outside of the one you spawn on. There's no grass on the one you spawn on, but the slimes have more like items in them, and some of them have grass seeds and like acorns, so you can get trees that way. They made zombies drop wood. What else did I find while I was playing? I felt like there was more ores inside of slimes, which makes sense. Apparently some of the bosses were changed to like drop certain progression items so that you can like move forward, but I don't know because I didn't get far enough for that. What was I gonna do? I need lead. This new, I'm still not used to this new crafting menu. It feels a little overwhelming to me. I'm sorry. I guess I need an anvil. And then I need to make chains. And then I need to make sawmill. Where's sawmill? Oh, they added crafting from chests, which is really convenient, though. I'm still not used to that being a thing either, but that is a very nice quality of life. Sawmill. And now I can make... Where's bed? Can I make regular bed or only living wood bed? I guess only living wood. Oh no, I can't make a regular bed. Okay. But it seems interesting. I think most of the update is just like quality of life, and then there's some new stuff like weapons wise. I think summoners got most of it just because like the progression curve of being a summoner is kind of bad. At least in the older updates. I think part of why I never did a summoner playthrough until now, part of it was just that like I wasn't a huge fan of like the way that the playstyle seemed when whips didn't exist. Like there was nothing like productive to do. But once they added whips, I think I like the idea a lot more. However, at the same time, I still felt like there was like just like really big gaps in progression, you know what I mean? Like it feels like you have to be kind of underpowered in certain points, or like there's just not very many options. It's a very linear class to play, so I'm kind of looking forward to trying out some of the new stuff. Pre-hard mode summoner, I think pre-hard mode summoner sucks, but pre-hard mode mage also kind of sucks, and I have a lot of experience with that, so maybe it's not so different after all, to be honest. Pre-hard mode mage got like almost nothing. I feel like they probably should have added like at least one like pre-dungeon weapon. I know there is a new pre-hard mode mage weapon, but it seemed like it would be something to do with the dungeon or like a Skeletron drop or something. To be fair, though, Space Blaster, I guess you can do earlier, but they changed Water Bolt to only be, like, in the lower part of the dungeon, I think. I don't think you can get it at the top anymore. So in like the early game, you can get a gem staff. Like Wand of Sparking's pretty bad. What other stuff? There's the like zappy weapon thingy that you can get in the desert chests or like from desert crates. That's really good, but also kind of hard to get. It's mostly just the gem staves until you get either the bee gun or the bee gun, the demon scythe, or a couple of the like dungeon weapons like water bolt, aqua scepter. There's a couple good ones, but it's weird. Like I remember I've done a lot of hardcore mage runs, and my route was pretty much always that I would have to like get a good gem staff and then fight Queen Bee pre-Skeletron so that I could get the bee gun for Skeletron. Because outside of that, it's pretty hard to farm like any usable weapon. There's just not much like pre-dungeon. I think it would be nice if they added like I think they had a missed opportunity with this patch to fix the progression scaling, because they added a new whip that you can make with like Crimtane or like what's the corrupt or Demonite. They added a new whip that you can make with those, which is like perfect because they need more whips, right? They should have added some sort of magic weapon that you can make with Crimtane or Demonite. I think that would have like perfectly bridged the gap so that there's a reasonable line of like fighting the Corruption or Crimson boss and then going on to like Skeletron and Queen Bee with like a better option. I think that would have made a lot of sense. But it's still not the worst, honestly. Like there's definitely a few solid options anyway. Is there a chest down there? There is. Hello. The step stool! What a pull. Dude, my accessories are too OP on this run. Bro, look, I got a desert temple and it actually had the sandstorm in a bottle. Can you believe it? This is the goat seed. Oh my god, I just realized I never actually deposited my money. I still have almost 20 gold on me. Okay, I need to be a little bit careful. It'd be very sad to lose that. It's been pretty chill, honestly. I'm so used to playing hardcore. And like the only playthrough I've done in recent times that wasn't hardcore, I'd either be like racing my friend, so like not really speedrunning but close to speedrunning, or doing like, I remember I streamed for The Worthy a while back. It's been so long since I just did like a regular, no stress, no extra like exceeding factor Terraria playthrough. It's a very chill game in a lot of ways. When you don't make it explicitly not chill. I feel like for a long time I kind of play every game on edge, but I've been like finding myself slowly gravitating towards playing games in a more chill way. Like I still like playing competitive stuff, but I think that I have much more room in my heart for like games that aren't going to put me on edge the whole time. You know, if I'm gonna do something like that, a lot of the time I'd rather it's some sort of like story experience or maybe some sort of like multiplayer game. But I don't know. I haven't felt as Master Edger is insane. No, I don't know about that. I think what it is that I've been trying to like work more. Today has not been a good example. I haven't been very productive today. I probably got to do some stuff after stream. But I don't know. I've been working probably more like 4 to 6 hours a day, a lot of days recently, which is, you know, not like full-time hours, but it's not bad either. Like it's definitely getting closer, like not counting streaming. And so I think that after doing that, there's like less mental energy for me to like try and be super try-hard about all of my games. Very respectable hours considering your... I mean, yeah, exactly, right? Like, for the longest time, I'm really bad about, like, being self-employed in any capacity and, like, doing any extra amount of work. But I've been getting a lot better about it lately. Actually trying to do some editing, do more audio work, do more like administrative stuff and planning in advance. Never really long. I mean, exactly, right? I think when it comes to gaming, I had to think about this a lot recently, actually. I haven't talked about this yet, but I've been thinking about this a lot. So like growing up, for me, I think I naturally had like an inclination towards doing pretty well academically without putting in too much effort. And my parents were always like very chill as long as I was doing like fine in school, you know what I mean? There was no need to like be an overperformer. And so I never really like felt much of a need or like urgency to lock in like an academic sense, and I never got into it particularly. But with gaming, I feel like my friend group growing up, like especially the online friend group, was a lot about like playing really hard games and like pushing that. And I was consistently one of, like, the worst people in the group at games. And so I think I came to associate a lot of, like, my ego around being good at video games. So I've got, like, a very easy time playing very hard video games and trying to, like, understand the learning curve of that. But I've had to, in my adult life, kind of learn to value and appreciate more productive, like, value systems to be more focused on, I guess, is like the easiest way to put it. It's had to be a lot more of like an intentional thing to learn for me. But I also think it has been like fairly rewarding. Geometry Dash, the most locked you've been. I was terrible at Geometry Dash, though, is the funny thing. I was never good at Geometry Dash, even though I played it a lot. Like, my friends were, like, way better than me. I just liked building stuff, honestly. I was horrible at actually playing the game. I think Osu is probably the most locked I've been on, like, a game. I put a lot into getting good at Osu. And I do enjoy it still. I still like to try and stay good at Osu. It comes in waves, but I think the biggest thing for me has been learning to try and actually develop some form of ego around like more career-oriented success and actually like pressure myself to do stuff as a result of it. You know what I mean? Like, it's so automatic for me to just kind of do enough to be passing with anything in like a work mindset or context, and then like escape from anything regarding that by just like spamming games very like brainlessly. And I've wanted to get out of that cycle for a long time. So I was watching this Dr. K video. It's always Dr. K, man. I love his stuff though. It's been a while since I've really consumed his stuff, except for this recently, but helped me through a lot of stuff. But I was watching this Dr. K video, and it was interesting to me that he prefaced it kind of as being like maybe not as useful of a video, but his wife, who's like the CEO of the company, thought that he should make it, and he thought it could be insightful for people, so he decided to make it. And it was supposed to be like the difference between high performers and low performers in society, like cognitively, what makes somebody a high performer and not like just kind of scraping by with the bare minimum. And I've always been curious about something like that, because I am most certainly like a low performer naturally. Like I don't tend to do anything like exceptionally crazy. I'm kind of just permanently side questing a bunch of different stuff. So I was like, how do people like have the drive to truly just like really tunnel down and go like ham on something usually in a work context, right? And I think a lot of it seemed to boil down to like the way he described it was like these people are also broken. They just happen to be broken in the right way to like achieve a lot. Which I kind of knew intuitively, but it makes sense to me, right? And what it was is sort of like these people have a very strong like ego proponent of having to go above and beyond and do like extra, like as much as possible. Like they have very unrealistic standards on themselves to achieve things, and it's going to be like catastrophic if they don't like super overachieve, you know what I mean? It's like their whole internal monologue is kind of screaming at them that like when you're done, you're not done, because that's not like enough. You have to go like 120% all the time. And I think I've like flirted with the idea of trying to, I guess, intentionally put myself in a quote-unquote worse headspace, because in some ways, like, in a perfect world, if you can channel that level of productivity without like basically forcing unrealistic standards on yourself, like obviously that's the best, right? But it's hard. Like it's really hard to get yourself to do a lot of work that you don't have to do if you don't try and create some sort of like self-fulfilling egotistical property, or like a self-contextualizing component of your personality around being like a productive person that gets like a lot of work done, you know what I mean? Like if you don't make that inherently like a part of who you think you are in your head, it's so easy to just like procrastinate everything, I feel like. And that's my problem, is that I'm like a chronic procrastinator. I'm gonna put the guide in this like teeny house because he doesn't deserve a nice house. That was a really random thing to say, sorry. I'm just thinking out loud. Let's sack some stuff. There we go. Finally we have a merchant. Okay. Howard. I like the little CG that the NPCs get here too. The art style is cuter than I would have expected initially. I can sell a zombie arm. I can probably want to keep my bombs. there's some other stuff I think I can sell. Now that oh, the umbrella. I can sell the umbrella. Got a piggy bank, so now my money is safe. Clutch. My webs in here. I can sell these. Yeah. It's nice. Oh, just fix that. So we can sell these. Slime have a gold in it. Oh, clutch. 2 gold. Wait, that's correct. How do I make the axe? Oh, it can't make the axe-rang with a wooden boomerang? Can you make it with an enchanted boomerang? Do I have enough, like, stars that I can do that? How do I make the axe-rang? Trimarang, or trimarang, flamarang. Huh. Okay, so it's like its own item. Dang. Really very mentally exhausting streaming and... you know, the thing is, like... I think streaming in itself is actually not very mentally taxing, and as a result, right, a lot of people kind of characterize streaming as this, like, dream job where... you know, you don't really have to do anything. You just kind of go live, you play video game, and then, like, that's it. You know what I mean? Like, and for what it's worth, I like streaming way better than the actual job that I had for 2 years. Like, it is a lot more up my alley. It's a lot easier to be motivated about. But there is absolutely a component of, like, you know... it would be really nice if you just go live and play video game and that's it. But, like, in reality, most people won't know unless you go through a ton of different efforts. Like, being a streamer is kind of like being a bunch of jobs at once. Because generally speaking, to go from being, like, a nobody to being a successful streamer, you have to be funny as an entertainer, as like a starter. If people don't like watching you, then it doesn't matter anything else you do. But you have to be funny. You have to have some sort of, like, selling point as well in general. Like, it, you know, and that could just be being funny, but you have to have, like, some sort of, like, identifying factor that makes you, like, already a little bit specialized in some way or another. You have to be good at video editing, social media marketing. You might have to learn, like, depending on your niche, like, getting into VTubing means you have to be good at singing a lot of the or, like, I want to be good at singing, songwriting, like, audio production, like, sort of, like, the planning aspect of, like, making videos, and so, like, project management and stuff like that, knowing how to find certain, like, different talented people and coordinate them to make, like, something bigger is a big aspect of it. It's very rare in the modern creator economy that you are able to be successful as a single talented person. So, like, and I think this is becoming more true of the overall job market too. But, like, you kind of have to be both an entertainer and really good at something else. It could be video editing. It could be, like, drawing. You could just be really good at marketing if you have money, but, like, most people don't start with enough money for that to be a considerable asset. You could be really good at, like, music. You could be really good at, like, you could be really good at, like, a competitive game to the point where that's, like, its own niche and you're just, like, really skilled at that. You could be really good at writing. Like, you have to have some sort of, like, secondary and maybe even tertiary skill that you are you have, like, quite a bit of expertise on top of just being a good streamer, right? It's not enough to just be a good streamer anymore, or, like, a good YouTuber. And I think a lot of people overlook that aspect of it, is, like, it takes a lot. Because you're kind of doing, like, two things, right? Like, just streaming isn't enough. So you have to, in the other time around that, find the time to, like, make videos and, like, work on other projects. Which I don't know how the hell, especially in the VTuber community where there's, like, such a high standard of having, like, creative projects that are much larger in scale. I don't know how some people can actually work a day job and be a VTuber and like do anything. Like, I would die, bro. I tried. I literally tried that, and it like killed 100% of my productivity to go back to even working part-time retail while trying to make content. It actually just destroyed my brain. Because I just don't have like the mental bandwidth to do that. But I know some people where it's like they are working a job and also in school and also making content, and I'm like, you are a superhero, dude. Like, how are you doing that? I would be happy to be a fraction of how locked in you are right now. Like, genuinely so impressive. But I also think that it's all the more inspiring to have people like that in your life. You know what I mean? I think truthfully, a lot of what it is that it seems like so unfathomable to me because I have like a very strong like mental barrier to work. You know, I kind of have like brain fog into like getting my brain into a productive state because I grew up in a friend group where the norm is to like hop on a call and just play video game for like 10 hours and go to bed. And like nothing else in the world matters. Like as soon as you're out of the mandatory like school, go, come back, is literally just sit there, play video game for as long as you got left in the day and then go to bed, repeat. Like, you know. So my brain is like all out of whack for actually having the patience and like habitual attitude towards working. But once you get into it, once you're like more acquainted with it, it's really not bad. Like it's just about creating an environment for yourself where it becomes like a normal thing, where it becomes a normal behavior, I think is the biggest barrier. Like something I have 100% noticed about myself after making like a lot more friends in the VTuber community is I just care so much more about actually doing shit. Like, it is truly astonishing how much more energy I have to not just be a complete bum. And the more I find, the more time that I spend with my friends who are like always making stuff, it puts me in this headspace of like, man, I want to like actually be making stuff too, you know? Like it's inspiring, and it makes me more acutely aware of my like escapist behavior that I tend to gravitate towards when I'm unchecked. It really is like a very satisfying thing to like hit that kind of flow state and do stuff. And you know, I think when you can really harness it for like something bigger is so cool. Like I was really enjoying yesterday playing my friend's visual novel, but I was also thinking to myself while I was playing it, I was like, some of these like writing choices are like very recent pop culture things to me. So like this must have either been like edited along the process or it was made like pretty fast, and I had an inclination that they just made it like really quickly. But I was kind of like, I don't know though, because she like did all the illustrations for the game, and it's very like expansive in that regard. There's a lot of CGs, there's like 9 endings. It's like there's a lot of content, more than I expected, truthfully. And on top of that, all the writing is her. She coded it herself. I was like, how long did this take? In my head, I'm thinking, can't be that long. But my guess is in the background for like 5 or 6 months. And she was like, I was just really focused for like 2 months. That's the power of ADHD and hyperfixating on one project and nothing else every day for 2 months. And I was like, Man, I wish my ADHD was that focused though. Like, that's insane. Like, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's totally believable when you think about the fact that, like, if you don't have anything else majorly going on in your life and you just, like, focus up on doing that. I mean, she was still, like, streaming around it too, but you know, if you're streaming, like, I don't know, 10 hours a week maybe, let's say, like, there's lots of time left to do that. But actually having the focus to, like, do that is insane. Like, you know, it just makes me, like, so acutely aware, like, oh, you know, I'm really not locked in like that, you know. But I also think that it's a fool's errand to try and, like, sit there and be like, oh, well, everybody else is working, like, you know, like 1,300 hours a week and I'm working like 4, so I'm doing nothing. But it's like, well, you know, if I can get to a point where I'm working like 25 hours a week off stream, could it be better? Like, yeah, but that's not bad though. Like, that, for personal progress, that's a very big step forward for me. Oh yeah, seeing me, like, turn over to check the chat. Yeah, well, I always have it on my second monitor, so. But it's funny though. It does turn, like, very far. I like having the VTuber. It's very like, it's more expressive that way. You know, I did make my, like, most, I think, IRL adjacent piece of content I've done since starting as a VTuber very recently though. I made a short where I wanted to test the idea of if I did, like, more in-person shooting, like I just took, like, B-roll shots with my phone, and, like, you can kind of see, like, my back profile in the video as well, if it would attract more of, like, a not VTuber audience. But I also think that it was kind of a bad short to, like, truthfully get an idea of how strong that was, just on the sense that it was, like, a very niche, like, topic to make a short about. It was about, like, open versus closed back headphones, which, like, most people don't even know that open back headphones exist, which was my point of making it. I was like, I want more people to know that this is a thing that's out there, because I got them and they're kind of cool. But I also was sitting there like, well, it also doesn't matter for most people. Like, for most people, headphones is headphones, you know, like, they play the sound good enough. I don't know, it's also been kind of interesting just in the sense that I get I have this, like, notion in my head that as a, like, short form content viewer, there's, like, a negative bias towards VTubers. But I also think that part of that is just, like, the fact that as a medium, VTubing is, like, much more adjacent to the live stream demographic of viewership, and they probably don't watch short form content as much, is my, like, inclination. I also think it depends on the platform. Like, on somewhere like TikTok or, like, Instagram Reels, I would not hesitate to say that people probably don't have the fondest opinion of VTubers. But on YouTube, I think there is much more of a, like, target audience for it. And I'm always surprised at, like, how much of the engagement on a short is literally just somebody completely unrelated to whatever, like, topic I've decided to write about, just being like, hey, your model is really cool. And it's like, oh, well, that was sweet. Thank you. Like, yeah. I mean, there's a reason that I don't use TikTok or Instagram, even though, like, I don't know. Some people look at it and they're like, well, you know, by not choosing to use all of the short form content platforms and cross post to all of them, you know, you're leaving viewers on the table. And it's like, I suppose that is true, right? Like, just objectively speaking, more people will find you if you post in more places. But there's also the question of, like, are they valuable viewers? Like, do they care about you? Because that's a big thing, you know? Like, does the bigger number really matter if it actually translates to absolutely nothing of any substance at all? They don't watch the main content you're interested in making. They don't financially contribute in any significant way to your brand. Like, if that's the reality of it, is it really worth your time and energy to go through and have to cross-post to all of them to moderate all those different places? Or should you just, like, chill on, like, one more focused area? I think it's an interesting dichotomy. I don't think there's a right answer. But I think that I am, like, more selective about the kind of, like, social energy I want to invite into my life nowadays. I like to protect my peace more than I used to. And so I'm a little bit less in the headspace of, like, anyone will do. You know? I do think this year I really want to grow a lot more as a creator. I'm planning to do a lot more, like, video content and, like, editing across the year in order to up my reach. But I also don't want to just grow in the sense of, like, I'll do anything for anybody to watch me, like, please, you know? Like, I don't want to, like, basically, you know, it's not really selling out if it's not to a brand, but it kind of is selling out, you know? You're kind of, like, you're giving away your own sense of, like, values and comfort in order to appeal to a wider audience. But I feel like when you do that, you also kind of kill the deeper interactions. The $20 is $20. Exactly, right? That is the mentality of doing that. And, like, on the one hand, $20 is $20 is, like, a legit mentality. Like, it's true, you know? And it can work. But I also think, as a content creator, right, you're kind of building a community. You're not only a curator of, like, entertainment for people, but you're also a curator of people. Like, you're creating a space for people to come and share and enjoy together, right? And part of doing that inherently does mean that, like, you're deciding what kind of appeal you're bringing people together for, right? Like, why would people want to come and hang out in your, like, little club, your, like, community night, sort of, if you want to, like, frame it that way. And if there's not some sort of, like, I think there's kind of, like, 3 groups, right? There's, like, 3 buckets that you can go into as, like, a community aggregator, sort of. You can be really good at a skill. In the streaming landscape, that usually means you're really competitive at a game. You get really good at it, and people show up because they enjoy that game, and they want to learn from you, right? They want to sponge some of your wisdom, your expertise in that thing, and that is cool. I think bucket number 2 is that you kind of, like, socially make yourself to be into a jester, and everybody communally, like, revolves around laughing at you. Or you could also take the route of just kind of, like, making a lot of, like, commentary or, like, reactive stuff where everybody in the community is laughing at other people. But the point is, like, you have a group of people who are kind of, like, externalizing and like poking fun at somebody else. Or the, like, hardest but I feel like most valuable community is you have, like, people who are, like, mutually inspired in a way. Usually there's some sort of, like, shared interest, but one of the nice things about that is a lot of the time, like, more inspiring stuff tends to be, like, more artsy in nature. And a lot of art is, like, very translative into different mediums, so you don't necessarily, like... You don't have to be a musician to be inspired by someone's music. You don't have to be an illustrator to be inspired by someone's drawings. You don't have to be a programmer to be inspired by someone's game. You know, you don't have to be a writer to be inspired by someone's story. There's, like, so many ways that you can create a space where, like, expressing yourself is, like, a valuable trait. And, like, personal, like, growth, exploration, and expression are, like, kind of forward values. And yet, like, you don't necessarily have to have, like, everything in common. But that's very hard to curate. But it also is, like, the best because people... There's, like, not only the aspect of, like, you will have a better connection with your audience that way, but also, like, your audience will have a better connection with your audience that way. Like, think about the kind of friend that you make who likes to laugh at a streamer that just kind of clowns themselves and other people constantly, and there's, like, not really any substance behind it. You know, think about, like, that kind of friendship and how that plays out as the community grows versus, like, I don't know, you start learning to draw because this person inspires you and you find other people that like to draw in that community and you share that, like, interest and, like, motivation. And then you, like, grow from that. Like, that's, like, such... That could be a connection that could be, like, life-altering. You know what I mean? And I think that being the kind of... I don't like using the word influencer, but being the kind of influencer where people can find, like, legit connections like that is, like, the best timeline if you do pull it off. Exactly, like, you know, in a lot of ways, I mean, at the end of the day, right? They say chat reflects the streamer, and they say it for a reason, because it's the same. People don't like to think about it this way because people have gotten really deep into the headspace of, like, you know, parasocialism bad, you know, streamer is not your friend, and, like, this is true, right? This is true. But it is a type of relationship that you have as, like, a streamer to a viewer. That's still, like, a relationship that you have, right? And everybody understands that, like, the type of friends you surround yourself with influences who you are as a person. And you can get a good idea of what kind of person somebody is based on the company they keep around. And yet a lot of people don't make the same connection as, like, if I am making content... The type of audience that I am curating and attracting with my work is going to reflect what I think is valuable about me inherently, right? Like, as an entertainer, you look at your job in the same way that anybody else looks at, like, trying to put themselves into a hireable stance. Like, what kind of value am I bringing? Instead of, like, what value am I bringing to this company or to, like, this field of work, to my clientele? As a streamer, it's like, what kind of value do I bring to people just as a person to, like, listen to, you know? What kind of perspective can I offer them? What can I make them feel happier? Can I make them more aware of certain topics? Can I make them, you know, more introspective, more inspired? Can I... You know, and it doesn't have to be positive. It could be like, can I make them, like, angrier, and that causes them to, like, stay around and engage, and then I get money. Like, that's a legit thing you could do. You know, you're gonna have, like, certain compromises in your life as a result of choosing to intentionally, like, aggregate that. But it is truthfully a thing of, like, what do you want your value to be? I think a lot of, like, big streamers nowadays are kind of making themselves out to be, like, easy to laugh at because it's the easiest way to get big fast. I think a lot of the people that go, like, mega viral are like that. But there's also a lot of people who are successful on a smaller scale. You know, maybe they don't have like one of the top channels on the platform, but they can still like afford to do it as like a profession. And like their experience is going to be so much better. And it also translates differently in other ways too, right? Like one of the most valuable things that you can have as a creator, for example, is like trust. And this just goes as a brand in general. Like, you know, think about like, I think a really good example to me of one that happened recently is Uma Musume, right? Widely beloved. Everybody was behind that game. It felt like, you know, hugely popular. And it makes sense, right? Fun game. You know, it's free to play if you want to play it for free. You know, it's wholesome, it's cute. And there's a lot of like human like expression and love that is put into the franchise. There's an anime, there's music, it's like all voice acted. You know, there's like a very big creative proponent behind it that's like very respective, and it brings prospect to like actual horse racing and the IRL racehorses who are sometimes retired and maybe need a little bit of help to be in better conditions, right? Like hugely positive reception. But they are beloved because there's like such an artistic component to it. And so when Cygames came out and announced that they were opening a generative AI studio, like a Cygames AI like subsidiary, the backlash was colossal. And for a lot of people, like myself included, some of my friends, we just quit the franchise because like, I still love Uma Musume, but there's other things I can do with my time. And like, I don't want to support a company where like, even if Cygames isn't directly taking the Uma Musume money and putting that into generative AI, like their parent company is like very clearly publicly interested in the future of generative AI. And like, I don't know, I would rather use my time, my money, my interests to support someone or like some entity that isn't doing that. You know what I mean? Where I can. And so stuff like that, having that like level of trust is huge because it can make somebody go from being willing to like pay money on like a gacha that they probably aren't going to win anything from most of the time, and they can live with that, or like shell out like way more money than they know they should because they support the company, because they support the franchise. They like trust that that money is not really like going down the drain entirely anyway. They're putting it back into an ecosystem that they are interested in, right? And burning that bridge is kind of irreversible. And in some ways, I think as a creator, the type of community you're aggregating can matter a lot too. Like you might only, let's say that you're doing really well for yourself, but you're not like super mainstream because you don't go the route of just like farming, being stupid and rage baiting or making fun of other people, whatever, right? You actually like take the time to build like a more thoughtful community around yourself instead of building it around just like the lowest common denominator of humor. And maybe as a result of that, you have 100,000 subscribers instead of 2 million subscribers, right? But if you have 2 million subscribers who are consuming like the lowest common denominator, like least like thoughtful type of content where you just kind of point and laugh, and you try and take a brand deal and like market that at those 2 million people, how likely do you think it is that like a lot of those people will actually take to that? You know, they'll look at what you're promoting and be interested in that. You know, a lot of them might be kids, a lot of them might be broke, a lot of them might just simply not care about you, like even if they have money. Like there is certainly much more of a divide, and so you have to culturally rely a lot more on like subs, for example, as like or like ad revenue as like very exclusive revenue streams, whereas like if you have a very thoughtful community of 100,000 people and you have a product for them that is genuinely like decent, because you can also burn this like trust bridge by shilling like a really bad product, you know what I mean? Like one that I think of is that I like watching Daniel Thrasher sometimes, like just a YouTuber that I like to watch, and I've seen him take BetterHelp sponsorships and talk well about the brand in the ad reads, like even now, like long after like a lot of their shady practices have kind of come out, and like even if he's had a good experience, it is kind of like a backstab to his community to sell a product where like they're proven to like be operating kind of sketchy sometimes, you know what I mean? But like if you think about the type of person who's like maybe it is like an actual good therapy service, and it's a little bit overpriced because they're doing influencer marketing, so they have to be making their margins somewhere else, right? Maybe you're paying a little bit more, but also maybe some of that extra is going to the creator and you have the money anyway, and you're genuinely interested in therapy, right? Like, I don't know, imagine trying to sell therapy as like a VTuber that talks about mental health all the time, or just like an artsy creator that talks about mental health and there's a lot of emphasis on like self-expression. Think about how much of your audience is actually interested in introspection and they have that value, and maybe this product will provide value to them. This could be a revenue stream for you. Think about if you're like Kai Cenat trying to sell therapy to your community. Because like truthfully, they could benefit. It's not like it's a useless product. But like, good luck being the spokesperson for that to your community. Like, that is going to be a very hard sell. And I think that's also why you see a lot more of these people at the top take more morally ambiguous sponsorships, like gambling sponsorships or stuff like that, where it's kind of predatory to their own audience. And the sponsors know that. They'll pay big money because they know that these kind of people that are watching it, it's like the same people that are likely to be mindlessly watching like sports or reality TV or like stuff like that, you know what I mean? Where the form of entertainment is like trashier, and that's not a like inherently bad thing, but you're gonna have a much harder time like selling an actually intentional useful product to them. So instead you either have to make it all in ads and donations, or you have to kind of sell your audience out in exchange for the fact that culturally you're like selling yourself and your character out. It's very interesting, right? At the end of the day, I think where you place your value probably depends a lot on both your upbringing, your experiences, and where you're at in life. Like if I was dead broke, I had like impending financial necessity, you know, like I need to afford my rent or something. I'm having a hard time finding a job, but the streaming thing is kind of doing well if I just like make myself into an absolute laughingstock. You know, there's a lot more incentive for me to be willing to put up with that and like sell myself like that. Whereas like if you have more time, if you have more space to try and do something more intentful and like build a brand that you're actually like more proud of, I suppose, that has like more like deeper meaning behind it, there's a lot more reason to try to do that, right? Especially in my case, you know, because I was never like a lolcow, if you want to use like a more streaming term for it, I guess. I never was like in that bucket, but having been like somebody who streams in one game niche and experiencing the phenomenon of like people like my personality, but only in the context of this game. And if I switch game, nobody care about me anymore. Like it kind of sucks, you know. There's nothing inherently wrong with being like the guy for a specific genre of content, like a specific game or like a specific like interest. But I also feel like I had bigger aspirations than that. And so to me, it made sense. Oh my god, I got 2 double jumps. Sorry. To me, it's like I put more value on like protecting my peace and trying to become maybe not as like massively widespread, but still like having a greater influence on a smaller pool of people's life, I guess. You can look at it as like, I want to reach as many people as possible and just see what kind of impact I can have versus I want to have a bigger impact on however many people I can manage to have a bigger impact on. I think it's a really interesting dichotomy that is like not often discussed in the scene, but I think it's cool. I think it's interesting to think about. And I like that there's not necessarily an inherently correct answer. It's just different ways of doing it. It really depends on your own personal value system, right? That's one of the cool things about being, I'll call it self-unemployed, in the sense that I am working, but I'm still like not really bound by external pressure yet, because I'm for practical purposes unemployed, right? I think one of the cool things is that you get to be a little bit more selective about like how you want to try and take the time to strategize and set it up, instead of just rolling with whatever happens to be working. There's gonna be anything cool on this railway. Oh, that's probably Boulder. Let's get rid of that. And for the bigger and Boulder update, I haven't been hit by a boulder yet, which is nice. Especially since I feel like I remember seeing some like crazy boulders in the trailer. I swear there was like a rainbow one that was like flying through the sky. There was some weird stuff in that trailer that I still don't know if that was like part of a specific seed, or if it was actually just like a regular piece of content that I might run into. But I did find it amusing, regardless. But yeah, on the whole, I think this year I want to focus a lot more on music. And I want to connect with people as an artist. And I think that's a lot of where it boils down to for me, is like, I want to create music that people like listening to, but I also want it to have meaning and to like be impactful for people. I want to tell a story through my art. And so I feel like I don't want to like reduce myself to just appealing to like the lowest common denominator of people as a music artist, because I think that like that can work if you're like sort of like MO for making music is like, I want to make stuff that is like very unanimously catchy and enjoyable. Like, I don't know. I think that it feels a little bit disrespect to this artist. Like, this isn't like the best example. Let's say I wanted to be like a Bruno Mars type of person, where like, who doesn't like Bruno Mars? You know what I mean? Like, you put on the songs, they're like super easy to vibe to. Anybody is going to vibe to Bruno Mars. And like, you know, I think that Bruno Mars has like a bit of a classier overtone. No, I don't know if classier is the right word. I think a little bit. like maybe more of a confident overtone is probably the best way to put it, to where it doesn't really make sense to paint it as like demeaning yourself to like being a jester of sorts. But I don't know, think somebody like Baby No Money, maybe, for example, right? Baby No Money makes music that is just vibes. Like, truthfully, most of his songs are just fun. And that's like his personality online as well, is he's just like a fun person. And like some people love him for it, some people hate him for it. But on the whole, like, he's very easy to like meme. And that makes him very easy to be like widespread and do well. But also, to be fair, like, I think that's a little disrespect to Baby No Money as well, because he likes to promote like art and artists, and he also likes to collaborate with a lot of creatives. So I feel like it's a little different. But you know, like the point is, like, I don't know. I do feel like I would. Oh, what? I actually got Boulder. No! Just when I was saying that the boulders were fake, I got boomed. Oh well. It's not me playing Terraria without a random boulder death. That's just part of the game. It's just classic. Beep, hello. Caught stream just in time for professional creative introspection. Yes, welcome. Sorry, I was very in my ramble about stuff like that. Ah! Damn, I'm bad. I was very in my, like, introspection. Sometimes I just kind of like, I'm a very think out loud person in general. Like, something that is kind of embarrassing that I've noticed about myself is I tend to think out loud, like, even in public. If I'm walking past somebody, I'll shut up until I'm like more or less out of earshot. But I tend to think out loud like a lot. So a lot of the time on stream, like, if I'm like just sort of in an interesting like thought pipeline, I just kind of get into it. I just go. Let me see. What did I want to make? I wanted to make a hook. Yar. How have you been, by the way, Beep? It's been so long. I hope you've been well. You still been drawing? It's been a while since I've done any drawing, not gonna lie. I haven't been as artistically active as would make. Well, to be fair, I've been busy. It's just with like, I guess I've put more of my focus on music and like audio stuff nowadays. Blocks. I should probably place this over here, maybe. Have this be like beside this as well. I feel like I watch big streamers where you're laughing with them and they're not a jester, but they're also just having fun playing games and not working towards something. I can see that. Maybe more like a queso type of vibe, where it's just like a very humble person just like shooting the shit. I think those kind of big streamers are fun too. I think that like, I appreciate the aspect of like VTubing culture where it's like very self-expressive and you can kind of form like a deeper connection with like the art that they put out, and as a result I think you can form like deeper, more inspiring connections within the community as well. But I also think that I can certainly appreciate the types of streamers who they make just kind of like fun. It's kind of like, I like to watch YouTube videos that don't have like a deeper meaning behind them all the time, sometimes just to pass the time, right? And it's just like something to put you in a good mood. And I think that appealing to a lot of people doing that, there's nothing wrong with that either. Have not been drawing. No! Man. It'd be like that. Sometimes it's hard to find the time for like, especially for like more personal stuff. Like, I'm not gonna lie, you know, I think that it's so hard to find the time to be creative once you're actually like working properly. I remember when I was still saving up for my VTuber model, so I was working retail full time. I like stopped singing for like almost that like entire 2-year window, just because I just didn't have the energy. Like, I would just either I didn't feel like singing like first thing in the morning, and then like a couple of hours later, you know, I'm at work, and then by the time I'm home, it's like the middle of the night. With singing, it was like really bad because, you know, I don't want to disturb my neighbors, but like I'm either singing like too early in the day for me, or also like it's just in the middle of the night, and like I don't want to like get a noise complaint or some shit. But truthfully, a lot of it is just like the like mental energy, like the mental price that you're paying as well. But it's always nice to try and find the time sometimes. Some armor, some good armor. I need also, oh my god, I need to make some wood armor so that I have my skin, because I forgot that I still have this super cute sprite. Yeah, now we're back to this. Now I look like Twi. In game. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to experiment more with songwriting this year. I want to try more genres this year, I feel like. Cuz I find myself to listen to like a lot of different stuff. And I think that's mostly because a lot of my influence is out of like rhythm gaming. So like I just inherently like, you know, I kind of just listen to whatever gets mapped, right? I'm just checking out all sorts of different stuff. A lot of my like sound, I think, is kind of like electronic as a result of like the inspiration of that. But and also just off of the fact that like I don't play instruments very well anymore, so I guess I'm not like recording my own stuff most of the time. But I feel like I would love to experiment with more different stuff. Like, I had a lot of fun talking with Nahi about J-Metal earlier. I don't know if I'm gonna do like a proper metal song anytime soon, but it would be fun though. It would be fun. More Twi originals. I am planning on it this year. Music is going to be a big focus for me. So don't want to give too much away, but definitely there's gonna be a lot more stuff, especially like in like the latter half of this year. I think I'm gonna have a lot of stuff, hopefully. So, well, we'll see. That depends on how well I keep to my schedule, but you know, I've been better about it. I'm hopeful. There's definitely some stuff coming this year. I can promise that. Metal Twi would be very fun. I have to feel like it would be like more like melodic in nature than like screamy stuff. But that's not because I don't like screamy. I actually think that the screamy stuff is really fun. The only thing I'm not sure about with the screams is like, I think I would have to do vocal lessons because I kind of know how to do it. But also, I like, it kind of hurts my voice, so I feel like I'm definitely doing it wrong. And I don't want to injure myself. So I feel like I have to get lessons. I have to learn how to scream if I'm gonna do any screamy stuff. But it would be sick though. It would be sick to just like be dropping an original hit like a little boo. Like doing that, I feel like the gap would be insane. But that's like really fun. Like, I think there was a Hololive song that came out recently. It was like an Advent group song or something, and they had Bijou doing death screams on it, and I was like, that was not on the bingo card, but that is sick as hell, bro. That is really cool. Maybe if I end up talking with Nahi more about metal stuff, I'll like push myself more into the fixation, and then it'll happen. Oh, we found the golfer. What's up? Lion Pines. I feel like going in here, I'm going to die. Oh, wait, there's nothing here. I can just turn around. Bye-bye. Also, let me read this. I work with kids, and a lot of them remind me of myself when I first started drawing. By the time you get home, it's like all the inspiration is swallowed by exhaustion. Yeah, that's the really hard thing about it, is like finding it in you to like start working on something when the energy is like already kind of gone. Because when the inspiration hits a lot of the time, you're kind of just like, you can't act on it immediately, you know what I mean? You can't like take advantage of that like momentum mentally. You have to like learn the ability to kind of start from nothing. And it's very hard to like build up that kind of like mental value system and like habits of having that level of discipline that you can just kind of turn it on whenever you want. I'm still not very good at it, but I'm trying. What is this like new Twitch copy pasta, dude? I've been seeing more of this. Like, I've never seen that one before, but I've seen it twice today. Maybe it's just the Terraria specifically. Maybe there's like a known strat on Terraria. On Terraria category. That would be crazy. Like different spam metas for different game categories, bro. That'd be funny. Developing more into the singer space. I've been trying to, truthfully. It's kind of always been my end goal, but I also like truthfully only got into music when I started VTubing, so I think it took me a while to like I guess like mentally have the acceptance to want to get more into it, and also to build my skills, you know, like get more into it. I'm gonna have to get more into it in a way this year, I feel like, because well, aside from just like my own goals and like wanting to do that, I have to go to voice therapy, which I didn't even know was a thing until recently. But I went to an ENT for the first time recently, and I got scoped, which is really a really weird experience, by the way. For anyone who doesn't know, getting scoped is basically they have like a teeny camera on like a flexi metal rod, and they put it all the way through the back of your nose into the back of your mouth, and they look down your throat and look at your vocal cords. It's a really uncomfortable experience. It burns a lot. Like, I cried. But yeah, it was kind of gross. But it is useful though. I was kind of worried. I had like two worries. One of them was like kind of fiction, but I was like, I thought that I might have a universe where I had some form of reflux issues that are like minor but were affecting my throat. I was wrong, thank God. But the other thing was just genuinely like, I think part of it is when I reached out, I was maybe a little bit sick, and so my voice was like notably worse at the time. I haven't been feeling it as much in the past couple weeks, which is great, but I was like experiencing more vocal fatigue, and I think it still is like a little bit of a thing depending what, like how much I do, right? And it's kind of natural for the industry, but I got scoped, and they were like, your vocal cords look perfectly healthy, but you're using your false cords a bit improperly, and that might be like contributing to why you're doing that. So it's actually just that you're using your voice wrong, so you should do voice therapy. And I was like, huh. And that was maybe the most surprising answer they could have given me. Because in my head, the only, like, contextuality I have around false chords is like the metal scream, like stuff, you know what I mean? And I'm bad at it. Like, I have a really hard time understanding how they make some of the noises they make in metal singing. And when I try to like watch videos explaining it conceptually and like do it, I never feel like I have good control over my false chords. So when she said that, I was like, that is so interesting to me. I thought that I like had no idea how to even use those things, but I guess I'm doing it by accident somehow. And I have no idea how it might be impacting my singing technique as well. That's something I have to learn more about probably. But either way, I'm now looking into voice therapy, and I'm trying to find somebody who has experience both with like occupationally like speaking a lot, but also they have like the experience working with singers, because I feel like both of those are like very important aspects that could potentially manifest a little bit differently, or I don't know if like the combination of them changes the way that it interacts at all. So yeah, I might end up being a better metal vocalist after my therapy. I might. I think one of the things I'm the most curious about is if I'll end up like changing the way that I use my voice in a way that changes the way that I sound significantly. Like, I wonder how much it'll affect the way that I sound. I can't imagine it'll be too much, but I'm definitely curious. So I've been looking into that, and I think that it'll probably end up being the pipeline to me finally getting some sort of like vocal training. I've always wanted to do like lessons for stuff anyway, and I guess in a way voice therapy isn't so far off from lessons anyway, is it? Right? You know, you're learning about how to take good care of your voice and use it well. I feel like lessons are all about controlling your voice anyway, so it doesn't honestly feel like it should be thematically too different. I could be wrong about that, right? I kind of made an inquiry to like a specific like studio that I think I look up to for lessons, and I was kind of curious, like, do you think that you could like support me for this kind of thing? I'm kind of scared because like the price tag of any sort of therapy is so bad, man. Like, oh my god, it's flashbacks to when I had to do eating therapy, like therapy for my eating disorder. Dude, oh my god, pray for my wallet for real. But nah, I'm very fortunate. My parents said that they would be willing to help me pay for it, so I'm very grateful for that. Welcome to Twi Therapy. Yeah, I mean, I do like therapy. I've done regular therapy. I did eating therapy. I guess now I'm doing voice therapy. I don't know if I'm really broken or I'm just really interested in myself. Maybe both. Maybe both, honestly. But I think it's a good learning experience. I don't know how long I'd be doing it for, but I think at least having a couple sessions should be very insightful. You know, given wanting to go into streaming and music and all of that, like, learning more about your own voice and like talking to a professional about it is probably one of the best investments you can make. So I definitely don't think I would regret going for a few times. Voice raises, and you need to get a chibi model would be really cute. I don't know if or when I would actually get a chibi. I mean, it doesn't like super matter, to be honest, but it would be cute. But I guess I need to update my throne, man, because I put a bunch of stuff on my throne, kind of like, I only made throne more or less because I was talking to Shiny and he was like, dude, you need to have a throne. And I was like, nobody's gonna use that. And he was like, no, but you need to make it anyway. I'm gonna use it. And I was like, you're not gonna use it. And then he bought me, like, I don't know, a couple pulls on Uma Musume or something, and that was the only time it was ever doing anything, which was funny. Oh, I remember somebody got me something else, actually. Maybe a game? I don't remember fully. But, oh yeah, somebody bought me Go, which was actually great. I love that game, dude. Co-working game? Oh, perfect. Great for productivity. But, I don't know. I feel like I really want to, like, just put, like, as much money as I can this year towards music projects, so I feel like anything else is like cool, but lower on the priority ranking for me this time around. Like, I have a lot of stuff that I want to try to make this year. And I just know that, like, I need all the funding I can get towards, like, the originals. Because they, ooh, paying producers, they deserve it, but damn. Also, thank you, yes. I'm trying my best to be a star. I guess that is kind of my whole thing. It's thematic. This is gonna make the lava, like, closer to me because, oh god, it's pooling. Oh! Never mind, we're fine. Dude, how do I, like, get rid of this lava? There's so much. I don't know. I'm just gonna throw a bunch of bombs and see what happens. Get out! Get out! Oh, that was you? Wait, you got me go? I'm so appreciative. I've actually gotten so much, like, good value out of Go. Wait, thank you so much. That's so sweet. I've been really enjoying having it. It helps me to, like, put my brain in work mode, even if it's, like, just me logging on solo. But I've also recently been talking more to some of my other VTuber friends about doing work calls, which I think will be, like, a godsend for my productivity, so... Fingers crossed I can start, like, harnessing, like, community co-working. Oh my. Oh my, it will be brilliant. Get you the flute, because, oh my god, flute stream, but I'm broke. That is totally fine. Flutes are expensive, man. Like, I really thought about it, and I was like, man, having a flute again would be sick. Like, I did love playing flute back in, like, it's been a really long time. That was, like, early high school days for me. But also, like, they cost a lot of money. It's expensive. And also, I'm not as worried about having it because I've been recently thinking, actually, in terms of playing instruments, the weird thing is, I don't even know if I have space in my room to do this. I might legitimately have to put my shelves in storage, which is kind of fine because I don't use my shelves for anything important. But I think if I do that, I have room to take my keyboard out of storage because I have a Yamaha keyboard that's actually, like, decently nice from, like, a decade ago. I still remember, I was young, and as a kid I really wanted it because my cousin had one and he was good at playing it. That cousin, way better than me at instruments for the most part. He plays guitar, he plays piano, he knows how to play the saxophone. He's so cool, bro. He also sings a little bit. Very cool. I love him. But, you know, I got it, and it kind of, like, decombusted my brain as a kid. I never really got into it. But I feel like I tried to learn ukulele because I thought that learning guitar one day would be really cool. But I'm really bad with, like, fingerings. Like, I don't know. And, like, strumming, too. Like, my hands just don't feel natural doing it. It feels very awkward to me. But, like, I feel like in terms of motor skills, I don't know, my experience with, like, rhythm games and, like, keyboarding and stuff, that's gotta have something to translate into playing piano. Like, the motions make sense to my hands, you know what I mean? From, like, a hypothetical standpoint, it feels more doable. And I don't know, I've done, like, a little bit of tinkering with, like, FL Studio. Nothing actually good has come out of it, but, like, over the past, like, half a year, something like that, I like to tinker, and that kind of puts my brain into piano mode with the piano roll a little bit. So I feel like it's not, like, completely foreign. Piano, maybe I should. That could be a fun stream, like, trying to learn piano. Maybe I would want to practice a little bit on my own first, because I'm probably, like, absolute beginner, like, giga noob right now, but with a little bit more, like, work on it by myself, I think it could be fun, yeah. I just kind of thought about it as, like, a good opportunity, because I would really like to get to a point where I can songwrite more independently. Because I feel fine about writing, like, vocals and, like, lyrics and stuff like that. But it's one of those things, like, a really useful skill that I picked up after I started VTubing for a while was the ability to draw just good enough that I could make like a really basic storyboard or like a concept art for an outfit or something and do that so that like I can pass that down to like an actual artist and they can have something to go off of and like make something better, you know what I mean? Like that's a really useful skill, and I feel like one of my next steps musically as an artist is probably being able to write a little bit more of like an outline for the song that I want to make by myself and then passing that down to somebody who's like really good at producing. I feel like that's a big step for me. And piano feels like a very good instrument to choose like for that. And I feel like it's like doable somewhat. So that's definitely got some appeal to me right now from like a conceptual point, but I also haven't properly tried playing it yet, so I'll have to see how it goes over, I suppose. But maybe I'll try and do that. This week's gonna be a little busy for me. Maybe next week I'll start. Worst part starting out is getting used to the stinky bass clef. Is that like learning to play with your left hand? Is that like sort of where the bass clef is referring? Is that the difference between like the clefs? Is like playing on the, like which hand you're playing with? I guess no, they probably notate it like all under one, right? I don't know. I really don't know much about sheet music. God, I'm gonna have to like relearn everything about sheet music too, dude. I'm so washed. I haven't played a band instrument in so long, dude. More recently than piano or than flute, I played drums a little bit. Oh, that was a misclick. Oh well. I played drums a little bit, but I mean, I did that very like free form. I did not take lessons or like study much. I just kind of like started playing and just saw where it led me. And I ended up selling them like a year later too. I never got that good at drums. But I do like drums. They're fun. I just didn't have room. Take up a lot of space. Wait, I have whoopee cushion. I can make fart in a bottle. Oh wait, no, I can't. I need the Goblin Tinkerer for that, right? I think. Let me see. Do I? Yeah, I do need the Goblin Tinkerer to make fart in a bottle. Oh, womp womp. Oh well. Can do that later. But we'll have fart in a bottle later though. That's pretty hype. No, it's just position. It's like whatever's below middle C, and it's usually where you keep... Okay, yeah. Well, if it's below middle C, then it would be mostly like the left-hand stuff then, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I feel like learning to do that will be super disorienting because I'm not ambidextrous. Man, oh my god, I wonder if that's a thing. If you're ambidextrous, piano is probably like relatively way easier to pick up, huh? No, but think about it this way. When I play Osu, my tapping hand is the left hand. So maybe 2 of my fingers will translate and I only have to get used to the other 3. Surely. No cope. Surely that's how it'll go. Nah, probably not at all, but I mean, anything can be learned, you know? It just takes practice. When it's on sheet music, the C's are in different spaces than treble, which is what you would read, what you would have read playing through. Ah, that makes sense. Because I was thinking like the sheet music's got to be different since you're effectively kind of playing like, you're not playing 2 instruments at once, but like you sort of are because you're harmonizing with yourself. This will probably be really useful in terms of like learning music theory or like building an intuition for like harmonies actually, now that I think about it as well, like having to get used to playing chords and like all of that. It's probably really good for like your musical intuition to pick up piano. It's pretty OP. I feel like I have a decent understanding of like rhythm and like drums. Probably more from rhythm gaming than like actually my time playing the drums, if I'm being completely honest, but both contribute. So like if I put them together, I'll be so powerful. It'll take me like probably a couple years to actualize it. But just think about the end result. I'm gonna need to figure out where to find sheet music for stuff too. Oh, there's the Hermes boots. Let's go. Because I also don't know, like, I don't really listen to classical music, so I don't feel like I'm gonna know a lot of like conventional piano pieces, and I also don't know that I'm gonna want to like focus a lot on playing classical stuff. I would probably enjoy if I could find some more like pop type stuff to learn with, which I'm sure there's lots of out there. I just have to find where I need to look for that. Or like maybe I need to find like a good YouTube channel to learn from. Since I probably can't afford piano lessons if I'm being so for real. I gotta figure it out myself. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no! Move! Ah! Okay, I'm fine. Oh! I'm getting comboed. Okay, I'm fine. I'm almost dead, but I am fine. Oh. Balloony beads? This is new, no? I don't recognize this. We all float down here. I don't know what it does. Maybe something else is hiding it. Let's see, let's see. Oh, I got the shroom minecart. Nice. Traveling merchant. Check that out. Oh, band of regen over this. Shackle. Shoe spikes. Does traveling merchant have anything I care about? Winter cape is kind of cool. DPS meter could be interesting. Dynasty wood can be cool for builds. Maybe I'll pick up some of that. Winter cape. Take a painting. That looks kind of cool. Is that like... Are they ponies? Am I tripping? It kind of looks like, at least on the left, it kind of looks like the shape of like a My Little Pony pony, which is kind of funny. I don't know if that was a reference, and I didn't... Maybe it says. Wait, let me mind this. Sunshine of Isra pony. Oh my god, it is. I'm not above it. I used to be a brony. Very cute. It's even got a rainbow frame. That is cute. Look, our very like basic little like wood house is suddenly much more whimsical. Very nice. Wood ball. Ooh. There we go. Now it's symmetrical too. Ooh. Let me see. Not too bad. You get the melody down first, which is usually right hand, and then your chords are usually on your left, and you work them in after. Yeah, that makes sense. That's about what I figured. Think you'll pick it up really fast? I hope so. If I manage to build the fixation, if I get interested enough, then I probably could pick it up decently fast for the, like, beginning stuff. Think you'll want to learn as a composer. It's good to know your basics, but it'd be best to learn as if your end game was jazz, because they do a lot of improv. Ooh, I also do love jazzy stuff, so that would definitely be up my alley. I think that it's probably the type of thing where you want to learn like your basics first, like no matter what, and just like get to the point where you can play a few songs, like you understand stuff, and then you sort of learn to riff after, I feel like. Instead of trying to like speedrun into it. I was a Brody, but I was like an age-appropriate child, so it was cool. That is fair. I think I was into MLP... Oh, like my like early teenage years, I guess. I was older than the target audience, but I wasn't like an adult, I guess, you know? I had some friends that were into it, and I mean, to be honest, I liked the show. I honestly don't think that it's a bad show at all. Like, the writing was pretty solid. I think it was not as humorous in nature as a lot of like Western cartoons can be, but it is one of those shows where it's written in a way that like you don't have to be a kid to appreciate it, even if the target audience is kids. You know what I mean? Like the presentation is way different, but it's one of those shows I think in the same boat as like SpongeBob, kind of, where it's like, is SpongeBob written for kids? Yes. Do people other than kids have like plenty to appreciate out of it anyway? Also yes. It's still just like written fairly well. And some of the music wasn't half bad either. I liked it. I think that show also is just... I like that it represents... There's a lot of personality representation, but there's also harmony. Like, it teaches harmony despite having, like, different personalities. You know what I mean? Because that's very important. I think, like, one of the most important things in a time of development is understanding that, like, you are allowed to be the way that is natural to you. You might want to refine that, but it's normal for people to be different, and you can get along with people that are different and still like do well and play, you know, learn your own strengths, play to your own sort of advantages, and befriend people who round them. I like it. I agree. I think I'm probably nostalgia biased, right? I think that there is certainly good cartoons now that I just am not familiar with. And there's also probably cartoons that were kind of stupid and slop that I have just forgotten that I would have liked when I was a kid. But I do think that 2000s cartoons were really good. And I also think they probably were genuinely better in the sense that there was so much more market for them. You know what I mean? Like, some of the stuff that kids are watching now instead of cartoons is frightening, bro. Genuinely. I've since learned I don't think he's my nephew. I think he's technically like my second or third cousin. I don't know exactly how it works. I'm bad with family dynamics. But my cousin's child, right, has a like 4-year-old kid, like a 3 or 4-year-old kid, who is an iPad kid, addicted to YouTube already. And sometimes I'll like catch a glimpse. I very rarely see them. Like he's in a part of the family that I don't engage with much. I don't really know much about them or their family. But every once in a while they'll be there and I will see their kid watching YouTube and I'll like catch a glimpse or like overhear what they're watching, and it's like, what are they watching, bro? Like, genuinely. Like, I can't understand the people who let their kids just kind of use like YouTube Kids unsupervised and they're not really like filtering what their kids are watching. But like, yeah, you know, a lot of the good cartoons aren't running on TV anymore. Like some of the networks are going away. A lot less people are even just paying for TV nowadays. Like, as a market share, it's gone down a lot. The convenience isn't there. It's a lot harder to sit your kid at like the TV than it is to just sit them with an iPad right in their face. And that goes for a reason. Like the iPad, I think, is a lot more like harmful to them developmentally. But it is like unfortunate in a lot of ways to see that a lot of people are kind of outsourcing having thoughtful, curated content for kids that is meant to be entertaining, but also teach lessons and help them developmentally. Instead, we're kind of allowing this like really strange medium of content where they're kind of like optimizing around a young child's attention span. But like, think about how harmful that's got to be like developmentally for the kids. You know what I mean? Like, what is your... I can just imagine like a really scary video that's like your brain on YouTube Kids coming out when they have more data about like developmentally what it does to you. Because like, it's bad enough like as a full-grown adult, the way that you can get addicted to like content and like the impacts it can have on like your attention span and like the way that your brain processes and like looks for dopamine, right? Imagine how that's cooking your brain as like a 5-year-old, bro. Like your brain isn't even developed yet. You barely even know how to like articulate. And there's already people hyper optimizing to like maximize your viewership and like your retention on like random garbage. Like, what happened to making art for kids? Like, come on, man. I think I find it really interesting that a lot of people are very rightfully upset about seeing the normalization of ChatGPT in like an academic setting affecting kids. And not just in the sense of like kids using it to like cheat on stuff, but like I really mean like when you see like teachers using it to be lazy and like write their assignments that they're giving the kids, or like maybe the board makes them do it or whatever, I've heard in some cases. But you know, like sort of intentionally not giving kids the proper material in the interest of making it easier on the system financially by like outsourcing to AI and stuff like that, right? And like I draw the line in the sand a lot more scorched earth than a lot of other people, because of course I do. I'm a VTuber. Like, we love art here, right? But you know, notably, I really don't feel like I see the same level of outrage around people who are like making content that inherently is kind of exploitative of like underdeveloped children. Like, if you care about it in the context of like our schooling and in like the way that might developmentally affect our kids, you should definitely care about it in the sense of like the entertainment, or like the way that you're like showing media that's going to influence them in their like early developmental years. That's like super important timing. But I really don't hear very many people talk about it. If I have kids, then I pick their videos and project it on the TV. Yeah, exactly. You know, like, I think it's fine to show your kids YouTube, but like, you should know what they're watching. It should be like an intentful decision, I feel like. I'm not a huge fan of how comfortable people have gotten with just kind of letting whatever play. Kids use ChatGPT like Google and get literal slop answers. Dude, it's so bad. I like... Truthfully, I've been a ChatGPT hater way before it was cool to be a ChatGPT hater. Like, I don't believe in LLMs, honestly. I think they suck. But aside from that, like, sometimes I see the stuff that comes out and it's like, I don't understand why people even bother. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing if you have some, like, annoying boss at work who has, like, shareholder incentivizing him to, like, make you use AI in your pipeline or whatever. But, like, I have so many friends who will use it to, like, summarize their, like, school reading or, like, or just try and, like, use it to research stuff. And I'm just like, why would you trust that? Like, and the thing, I'm sure it's fine, like, most of the time for, like, summaries and stuff. But, like, how are you gonna know when it's wrong? If you don't, if you're not, like, fact-checking it a lot of the time, you know? I've noticed even just, like, the little AI search thing that comes up now, even if you're not using LLMs to look for stuff, like, you Google something, it shows the AI in the first result because it's stupid. And, like, some of it's so bad. Like, my dad works with programming stuff, right? And he told me about one of his coworkers who they had some sort of, like, issue, and they made a post on Stack Overflow. They were like, hey, I'm having this error. Here's all the things I tested that didn't work. Let me know if anybody has any ideas to fix it, right? And so he went and he Googled it again a few days later. And the, like, AI summary result was reading off of his Stack Overflow post where he was writing what didn't work, and it was regurgitating that as what to do to solve the problem. Which is so fun. Like, it literally repeated his own problem back to him as the solution. It's like, bro. But stuff like that, I feel like stuff like that can happen all the time. And it's just like, why are we doing this? Exactly, right? You know, it can be good for, like, medical stuff where you're getting you're getting it to do something that is not realistic at a human scale. And then you're, like, having some sort of expert sort of checking it and making sure that it works as intended. I think that's great. I don't think anybody has any problems with that. But when it comes to, like, LLMs and generative AI and stuff like that, I don't know. I feel like we're just outsourcing thought. Like, this is, like, my biggest gripe with, I think, the attempt to try and make AI this big thing, right? Is from a philosophical standpoint, it's terrible for humanity no matter what happens, right? If it stays garbage like it is right now, just always getting things wrong, lots of hallucinations, misleading information, the phrasing is kind of sycophantic and just not very, like, good for your brain, you know, it's not helpful, it's just slowing us down, it's it's muddying the waters, it's just not good. We don't want it, right? That is, like, a very big real aspect of it, and that's what we're in now, and it's annoying enough as is. But imagine a world where AI is, like, that guy. Like, you know, we have, like, general intelligence AI, and it is, like, basically an employable person at, like, whatever job you need. Like, GG, we just outsourced, like, human necessity. Like, we don't need to work. We don't need to do anything. It's all on, like, the computers now. Like, that's dystopian as hell. Like, that's so scary. I think it's worse if they become good. I would rather they suck. Like, I'm a hater in the sense that I am terrified of the future where it actually is trustworthy to ask ChatGPT and let it, like, know what to do for you properly. I just inherently don't like that future from, like, a philosophical standpoint. I disagree with it. I think a lot of the human experience is, like, struggle and learning, and that doesn't get to exist when you just have some, like, super robot that's better than you at everything. Like, I think that's a terrible timeline. I don't want to see that. And so I was thrilled when I saw the recent news that it's what I think they were saying, like, OpenAI is, like, running out of money And if they don't get a second round of investments, they might run out by 2027. I was like, oh, hell yeah, dude. Like, pop the bubble faster. Pass me the needle. I will do it. Like, it truly can't happen fast enough. I'm so tired of it trying to be, like, shoehorned into everything and just being in the way. Both because it's just annoying right now, but also, like, I don't want them to have the funding and, like, the go-ahead from, like, the smallest minority of powerful people in society to just, like, accidentally undo human purpose. Like, I don't know. I'm just not about it. But, you know, truthfully, I think in some ways there is some positives that have come out of AI happening, assuming... I'm gonna say that with the assumption that it does die. On the whole. I don't expect it to fully die, but, like, for the most part, right? Assuming that it mostly goes away, it becomes a niche service that costs a lot of money because they can't afford to keep doing it for free. Like, I know ChatGPT is looking into ads, I think. But, like, ads won't be enough. They're gonna need subscription services, and, like... Truthfully, people are gonna stop using it when you have to pay for a fucking subscription to use ChatGPT. Like, you're gonna lose most of the people who are bothered with that. They'll get used to Googling again if you make it cost money. In a recession, like 100%. But, you know, I think the nice thing is coming out the other side of AI being, like, forced into everything. I think regular people are realizing more than ever, or at least more than they have in recent times, how much they actually care about art. Like, I feel like it's been so cool to dunk on artists as having, like, very cushy, like, lives as a famous person or whatever. And, like, it's kind of like if you're not successful, then you're a bum and nobody cares. And if you're successful, you're famous and your life is easy, so nobody cares. Again. And then, like, AI happens, and I think people are starting to be like, oh, actually... maybe, like, having creatives is actually valuable and cool. Like, maybe I do care about having real people making the drawings on these advertisements, or making music that I'm listening to, or, you know, whatever. You know, making my TV shows, my movies, my YouTube videos, like, whatever, you know? What kind of dystopia is it when you can't even, like, doom scroll on the toilet without getting some, like, AI-generated garbage? Like... I think a lot of people have come to appreciate art, and I think that that will have a very positive impact on society and, like, mental health on the whole. I think it's going to be a lot more normalized. So, you know, I think there is a silver lining to it, despite being, like, the epitome of evil. My doom scrolling. I mean, like, legitimately, though, you know, it is crazy. Like, it's easy to think about doom scrolling as, like, the lowest form of content. Like, the least important, like, most slop thing you could be consuming. And it kind of is. But even then, like, you still are looking for an experience, right? Like, you're still trying to... You know, at the heart of every, like, YouTube short, every TikTok, all, you know, whatever medium you're consuming it through, Instagram, Reels, whatever, is somebody who wanted to make you feel a certain emotion. They wanted to share an experience or a topic with you, and they had to edit it in a way that was compelling enough that they could get, you know, convey that to you very quickly. And it is, you know, as cheesy as it is an art form. Like... that's something I've learned from, like, trying to get into making them, is, like, you know, it does take a lot of thought in a lot of ways to come up with stuff. And some of it's, like, kind of not thoughtful, but even then, like, you know, formulaic does not mean not thoughtful. So you gotta keep the doom scroll real. We have to make sure we have real people making our garbage. Slum served with a plate and a napkin, exactly, you know. It's gotta be classy. It might not be classy in, like, the grander scheme of things. But, you know, a paper plate with a napkin, my little plastic fork, you got the red Solo cup with probably some, like, very generic soda out of the cooler. You know, a party's a party. It doesn't have to be some, like, fancy schmancy stuff to still be a real experience. There's like a baseline that it's nice to expect, I think. But like sometimes, you know, oh my god, like also I think that the AI stuff is just like dystopian. Like it can, like, instead of just getting in the way, it's also one of those things where it can like kill the vibe if you're with somebody and you like care about them, but they, or like it can exist for a brand too, right? Like you care about somebody or some brand or whatever, and they start using AI to like I had this experience this year at my family Christmas party. I went to the family Christmas party, and they had an AI generated fireplace video on the TV in the living room. And they were, you know, these are like my aunts and uncles that are like in their 50s. They don't understand this stuff, right? And, you know, they were like, oh, it's so cool. Look, I can change it, like, to whatever I want. And they, like, open it up. And I was also, like, low-key, like, a little bit stunned at how many, like, random slop YouTube videos there were for it. They just, like, switched it over. They pulled up some, like, I think they switched it to, like, one of Santa Claus, like, on a sleigh out in the snow. Except, you know, it's AI, so, like, the sleigh can't decide if it has wheels or, like, the actual, like, sleigh legs, like, the blades at the bottom. It just kind of, like, merges into both. You know, it's, like, it's just uncanny. And, you know, it's so awkward, because it's a Christmas party. Like, I'm not gonna be there around all of my boomer aunts and uncles that don't understand the nuances of the fact that they're like stealing from real artists to train this stuff and like, you know, spoil the mood just to like explain that to them. But, you know, it did kill my soul a little bit to have my uncle be like, look, you know, do you like it? I made it with like a silver frame this time. I painted this one myself. And, you know, obviously he's just being ironic, right? Like he doesn't actually care that much. But it's like, it's not like they don't appreciate art at all, you know? Like, this is like the type of aunt that has like live, laugh, love signs or like a little carved out, like a little like deer or like a bird or something. Like little ornaments around her house. You know, she likes to do like home decorating stuff in like the old white lady kind of way. And that's endearing in its own way, right? There's nothing wrong with that. But it just made it like a little bit disappointing to see her sort of like change to slop, because she's always been the type of person to just like, I don't know, like put like a little campfire or whatever, or like a fireplace on the TV. But I died, sorry. But like, you know, it's endearing when it's like an actual video and it's like somebody thought out the shot to like give you that experience. It's just uncanny and weird when it's AI. It was a disappointing experience, but you know, it is what it could have been worse, dude. Oh my god. My cousin's girlfriend was telling me about how her and her siblings had the absolute misfortune that their dad posted an AI generated family Christmas photo of them on Facebook. And like all their friends and family were like clowning the dad. Well, at least the dad was getting clowned. Like you would hope so, but it's like, oh my god, dude, that would be mortifying for me. If my parents, like, AI generated a family photo, I would die. Like, that's so awful. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. I got some blocks out of this. I got some potions. was kind of hoping to kill a boss, but I think I'm still too underpowered. It's cute. Only really have a problem with it when it's malicious or like in matters of the way the companies that run AI operate. That's fair. I think I'm like very scorched earth about generative AI stuff, just in the sense that like for it to exist is like just off of the mass plagiarism and exploitation of artists, and like, you know, even if you're just using it at like a very personal scale, you aren't like inherently contributing anything noteworthy, but the company that is allowing you to do that is, and I don't like that. But I also like, I don't personally hold it against my family for using it. Like, I don't think they understand, and that's fine. But it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know. It wouldn't be any more effort to put a real video of a campfire on the TV as an AI video of a campfire on the TV. But the AI one is going to be the slop that they try and push down your face because it's actually like garbage that you're only going to consume if you think it's like trendy and gimmicky, or if you like truthfully do not care. Like, I don't know. Like, put it in a way that they can understand. Like, you know, maybe they don't have the eye to appreciate like what's wrong with it for like a video of a fireplace or something. But what if your like live laugh love sign on the wall suddenly like 3 of the letters are like morphing into each other randomly, and because they're cheaper, everybody's buying those, so like the little wood store in your neighborhood that you like to support goes out of business because nobody's gonna buy them anymore when the shitty AI one is like good enough, and people will like just get used to it being there anyway. Like, I think that allowing it as like a lowest common denominator, it's gonna exist in that fashion no matter what, I think. But I immediately, it erodes my trust or like my interest in engaging with that experience so immediately and viscerally, I think. Like, yeah, and there's the environmental aspect of it too, of course, is all very real aspect of it as well. Like, it's, the data centers are seriously affecting like water for people and like electricity. I watched a Hank Green video about this where he was looking into like the way that AI data centers run, and interestingly, they actually, for AI data centers, use the same kind of like filtered water that we use for drinking water. So it's like a pretty finite amount, like type of water that is being used for these data centers, and they use a lot of it, and it comes out not reusable. Like, there are some uses we have for that kind of water where like you can still end up like putting it back into these ecosystems, but you can't do that after like the AI data centers have used it. There's like stuff that goes into the water. It's like more unfortunate than I realized. Also, I didn't know this, but apparently AI data center water usage is significantly less than farming corn, which I thought was interesting. I didn't realize corn uses so much water, but it doesn't quite need as high grade of water. Like, it doesn't have to be as filtered, and it is food as well. Like, I definitely think that's a worthwhile like talking point as well. Like, AI is slop, corn is food. Like, you know, you could probably grow a more efficient crop, I guess, but that also depends on what the like climate you're farming in is probably too, I'd imagine. Yeah, I didn't get to fully read your message before either. Sorry, I've just been getting jumped by like all these enemies in the game. But yeah, I think of course I have a much stronger stance on AI than everybody else because it's like very integrally tied to my industry. Like, you know, VTubing doesn't exist without artists. You know, my model wouldn't exist. None of my covers would have like, I wouldn't get to see my character in like all these different like styles if I didn't get to work with a bunch of different artists. And like, you know, especially something like, I don't know, like you could say one thing even in my industry, like let's say it wasn't taboo and like for a song cover, you know, it was normal to just like generate a video or like generate an image, like a key illustration of your character for like whatever cover you're looking at or whatever. But for like an original, like I remember Superstar Twiddle, I got to work with like so many artists that were like very influential to like certain like points in my career or like very prominent community members, and that like made that song and like that project so much more memorable and special for me. I think that I have like such a like deep appreciation for artists that it's like I'm like more visceral about it than like your average person would be, I guess. Yeah. But I'm also like just a believer that like art is so much more of a wide spanning thing that a lot of people give it credit for. It transcends like so many different mediums, and I think a lot of people are letting it sort of overstep its bounds, in my opinion. Like, for example, I've seen more and more like larger game studios and some indie studios as well making a point of it being like fine to use AI generated images as like concept art for a video game, and like you add it to the chain. So like you AI generate, then you have the concept artists like sort of turn that into something more coherent, and then you make the art, like the actual art. But like I don't even like letting the AI help with like generating your initial concept art, because I feel... What? Wall of Flesh is awoken? Wait, how did that happen? Is that new? That, like, just killing the guide... Is it because it's a blood moon? I'm so confused. There's no lava. How did that happen? Sorry, I'm very confused about that, but whatever. What was I saying? Like, I don't know. I think you're robbing the skill of like being able to take like an idea that you have that's just like words or like a mental image and like turn that into like a design, you know, like expressing that through your own like experiences and influences and understandings. I think losing that in favor of normalizing what is basically the process of like, we're gonna aggregate like a mass data set of like art in X style, and then we're just gonna sort of amalgamate like the most average thing that fits your descriptor. You're gonna end up with like designs that lose like a lot of their personality, a lot of their thoughtfulness, because since it's not like a final product being consumed, people decide it's like fine to add it to the production chain. I think you're like seriously missing out on like a real artistic skill set by doing something like that. And I think there's so many of those like lower level artistic skills in the chain where it's like people don't think about it in that like way, because they kind of chalk it up to the same thing as like, it's not a significant artistic loss to have the magic wand tool instead of manually erasing around all the edges yourself and being really good at cutting an image out of a background. At times the magic wand isn't good enough and you have to manually do it anyway, but like that is truthfully just automating a menial task. But I don't like when it's actually stepping into any element of like coming up with what it is that you're drawing. I think that that's seriously like missing out on a chance for somebody to like put their own experiences into the piece. You lose a lot of the meaning and like the legacy of the work, I feel like. But that's just partially my own opinion too. This illustrator I've loved for a decade now who does this, and it hurt to learn. That's what I'm saying. Like, it loses a little bit of the humanity behind what you're consuming. Just saying it's just a tool that aids her process and just embracing the inevitable. Wildly talented, and her skill is unquestionable, but it still feels grimy. I think, and that's the thing too, I hate that people say it's inevitable, because like, it's a choice at the end of the day. Look, it's one thing if you work at a studio and you need the money and they tell you like, hey, we're using AI here in the production chain now, and if you're not doing it, then you're not working here. And you say, well, I don't really have a choice. I guess in this scenario, it's kind of inevitable. Like, I have to use it and you know, whatever. But that's like, commission work can be like that sometimes. That's like the same thing as if you are willing to draw like, I don't know if you're taking art commissions, but you're broke, so you're willing to draw like really freaky NSFW stuff because they'll pay you more. Like, that's one thing, right? That is one thing. But to then go out and say that like everybody has to do that, it's like, no, you don't. Like, if you deliver a good final product, at the end of the day, like how you get there is your choice. Nobody is making you use the AI for anything. Like, you know, it's, if anything, using AI is allowing yourself to become a commodity in that sense. Like, you're sort of willing to let your work be as transactional as possible by doing that. But if you are different, if you go against the grain and you do everything from scratch, it's like, if somebody has a project that's like actually important, you don't want to like gamble on just taking like an average of a data set by using AI. You want to like get somebody who knows what they're doing, that like has experience doing this like exact type of thing and has the like nuance to blend your experiences and your vision with their expertise and their experiences of like what is effective. And that's how you create like really good stuff, you know? I think one of the most fun parts about being an like I'll say like an artist as like an umbrella term, because as a VTuber, when you're doing music projects, you really get to be like a project manager. You know, you're looking, or like especially doing original music, you know, you're looking for like a producer that can make something that you're interested in. In my case, I do my own audio work, but you could look for somebody who's going to mix your voice. You could look for somebody who's going to draw. Maybe they're going to animate something. Maybe you're looking for a video editor. Maybe, you know, you have like people who are helping you with lyric writing. Like, there's so many like little components where you could do it all yourself, or you could outsource, right? And one of the most like fulfilling experiences is researching people who have like some experience pertaining to your vision and your specific project idea, but also their own like expertise and experience, and combining like a team of like coordinating a team of people like that and having like the final product be like the best of everybody's inputs. You know what I mean? That is truthfully one of the coolest feelings in the whole world. Like one of my favorite feelings I've ever experienced is the like satisfyingness of putting together a team of people who all like specialize in different ways that you kind of like aggregate to like fit all the puzzle pieces together, and seeing that come together. That's like so sick. And you will never get that out of asking an AI to like generate you like something out of your vision and then like just going more or less with what it pops out for you and just tweaking it to be like passable. I think it's like allowing the bar to be lower and then like patching it up to where it's good enough, instead of sort of, because you know what it is? I think this is part of it too. When you're working on a team of people in like an artistic context, there's almost a pressure to like make sure you bring your A game, like actually make something that'll be really good. Because you don't want your effort being lower to undermine everybody else's work either, right? That's not to say you have to bring your best work to every project, but you're not gonna like, you don't want to half-ass it. You don't want to be the one who only goes halfway when everybody else is putting a lot into something. And as a result of that, you know, I think it forces you to like tap into your own experiences and try to pull out what you think is like the best interpretation of that idea. But when you're starting with like something AI generated, the point is that it's already like as average within the specificity you wanted as possible. And so fixing that up is reshaping your expectation to make something that is passable and inoffensive instead of what you think is like the best like display of your capability onto a specific like situation. It like changes the way that you perceive your own work, but also the expectation of how other people should perceive your work too. And I think it just like creates a less passionate pipeline. And I don't want to see that. I love cool people making cool stuff. I love seeing my friends make cool stuff, or people in my community make cool stuff, or like just finding other people that I don't know anything about that are just out there like making whatever they think is like expressive and fun and cool. Like that kind of stuff is what gives me like so much energy to try and be that kind of person myself. And I never want to see the art of that go out of style. And that's why I'm like so gung-ho about it. I wanted to check Summoner Weapons Terraria. I think I need a better weapon. Let me see what I can get in terms of like strength. Maybe a flink staff looks like probably the best one I can craft. So I need to go and hunt some flinks. Let's go to the snow biome. Yippee! Speaking of snow, by the way, anybody in like big winter storm that's been happening recently? I feel like the like storm part of it, at least here, is over, but like the aftermath's pretty big, dude. I haven't seen this much snow in a long time. Some of the snowbanks are like taller than me, dude. It's crazy. Like I don't know, it's really crazy how big of a snow it was. I'm glad that for the most part the sidewalks are usable again, but it's interesting. I just haven't seen like a snow that big in a while. I feel kind of bad for the kids, because I feel like when I was younger, it would be like super hype to see that like huge snow. But it's like all powder snow though. It's like the worst kind of snow. Like you can't do anything with it. Because otherwise there'd be like so much snow to go out and play. But I saw some kids playing out in the snow anyway. It's nice, you know, I feel like you don't see like kids playing outside as much as you used to, but it's nice to see sometimes. Gives you the feeling that like local community is still like alive, even though I don't really engage with it much. Yo, what's up, Victor? Long stream indeed. What's up? Hope you're doing good. How you been? Had a long drive I had to make the day after. Oh yeah, I think we went for a drive the day after as well. I am very fortunate that it wasn't my problem, but I know there was a lot of shoveling. Apparently, the car next to our car in the parking lot was completely like submerged by the snow, which I thought sounded crazy. Like, imagining like just waking up and your car is just completely engulfed in snow. Like, aside from how, like, fantastical that sounds and, like, ridiculous, also, like, oh god, dude. shoveling that out, that must suck. That's true, yeah. It wasn't really like icy, you know? At least there wasn't like rain before the storm happened, because that would have been bad. It's the worst when you get like, it's just warm enough to rain and then it goes like freezing overnight, and then you just have, and then it snows over that. That's when you get like the super slick ice, like, and it's hard to like see. I think we had a little bit of that a month ago or so, and it was kind of spooky. Ooh, powdered snow for skiing? Is it? Wait, okay, why? Enlighten me, because I don't know anything about skiing. I've never been skiing. What would make powder snow better for skiing? I guess just the sense that it's lighter, maybe? Like, do you, like, glide across the snow easier? Really light, yeah, okay. That makes sense. I guess if you're into winter sports, it'd be pretty sick, yeah. I feel like maybe... I wonder if I should have tried to see if I could go skiing or like snowboarding or something when I took my trip to Calgary last year and I went to see Banff. It would have been pretty hard to organize for what it's worth, cause I visited while my cousin was working, so like I was just staying with him. It would have been hard to go out and like stay out in Banff. But we went and visited the Rockies at least a little bit. You know, I went and saw the mountains. It was very cool. We went hiking. It was hard. It was very tiring. Canadian Idol doesn't do any winter sports. Well, you see, your Canadian Idol lives in like the southmost part of Canada and is a hermit. I might be Canadian, but I don't go outside, so like I would have to actively travel in the country to even have a chance at doing winter sports. I travel to the grocery store like twice a week, maybe. Like this is a high bar of like barrier of entry. The most realistic winter sport I could get into would be skating, because you can still have like the rinks artificially, but I think I've only been skating once or twice, and I was really, really bad both times, but also I was like quite a bit younger. But I feel like I'm kind of uncoordinated though, so like I wouldn't be surprised if I still sucked. It could be fun to try again sometime though. I'm just like very cheap. I'm like very hesitant to try new experiences like that, and it's not because I'm actually like hesitant about the experience itself. I think it'd be fun. I'm just like scared to like commit to paying for it, you know? It costs too much money to touch grass and do any activity other than walking nowadays. That's why I just walk around my neighborhood a lot. Sometimes I'll go and like see a park or something, but I'm stingy. It sucks to be like have most of my like going out be for walking though, because it's winter and it's cold. I don't want to go out. Like most of the time, the only time I can convince myself to actually walk somewhere, it's so I can go buy junk food. Like, so I'm like, I'm just zeroing it out. But I mean, I guess at the very least, it's better to walk to the junk food than to buy it without even walking, right? You know, it's better than nothing at all. Saving for the song. Exactly. You know, I've kind of picked up a bit of a like a motto for my, I don't know about like a motto. That's, I don't make it like a point of branding. I have mentioned it on stream a couple times. But I have like a rule for myself, I suppose, which is very simple. It's just pick a struggle. You're allowed to have a struggle, but you can't have like a bunch of struggles, you know what I mean? I'm allowed to want to burn my money on making music, but I can't burn my money on like a bunch of other things and expect to burn my money on music. I have to pick one. And mostly accept that as like where I'm throwing my extra money at. Oh, ouch. Okay, we're fine. Winter sports are the only ones I tolerate. The rest don't feel fun because always a game you can't just go out and do it on your own. That is really true, actually. I like some sports. Like, I like badminton. I haven't gone in a while, but badminton is fun. I feel like there are some other sports that I like, but never really got super into. Like, volleyball was one where I never really, like, played on a team or anything, but I enjoyed, like, learning to serve and, like, just conceptually, I found it to be kind of fun. But yeah, like, a lot of the time, I would never get that into the sports because, like, it's too much hassle to put yourself in an environment to actually be playing regularly. I think the best thing that ever happened for my fitness is, like, finally taking advantage of the fact that my dad has this, like, little exercise machine in our apartment that I started using. Because it lets me work out just like in the living room. You know, there's like so little friction. All I have to do is decide that I want to work out. And then in like 2 minutes tops, I'm like ready to go. I have my music in. Like, that's really what it is. It's just an opportunity for me to listen to some music while I like move my body. The unfortunate part is that it's a lot better for upper body than lower. But the fortunate part about that is who likes leg day anyway? Like, no, like, look, like, I was skipping it anyway. It doesn't matter. Sometimes I work legs. Definitely less than I should. I also really need to get into doing cardio, but I don't have a lot of good setup for it. And I have to sort of internalize that doesn't matter, and there's definitely other ways I could get more cardio. But look, the arms and the chest and the back, solid improvement. It's better than nothing, you know. The fact that I'm working out at all is big ups from like past Twi. Past Twi is a bum, bro. Most sedentary person of all time. Yes, getting swole. You got it. I mean, to be honest, I still don't feel very swole because I feel like my body fat percentage is pretty high. And so, like, even though I have some muscle now, I still look flabby unless I'm, like, flexing. But, you know, at the same time, I'm kind of fine with it. Because I don't feel like I value the look at this point in my life as much as I value getting to still eat food that I enjoy. Like, there's too many foods I like that are just a bit fatty inherently. Like, whatever, man. I'll just have flabs of steel instead of abs of steel. That's fine with me. Working out is so boring for me, though. I feel like skiing or hiking is just fun on its own. See, that is so interesting. First of all, that is awesome that you have the opportunity to ski or hike like so regularly and accessibly, that those are even like comparable options to you. That is sick, by the way. Love that for you. But truthfully, I almost feel like skiing might be cooler. I can't lie. Skiing might be cooler. But for me, I like working out more than I liked hiking. Because hiking, I feel like, is very... it can be nice. It's a very present experience. Like, I don't feel like hiking while, like, blasting music, for example, is the vibe. But I think that part of my enjoyment of working out is, like, it's a very, like, background experience in a lot of ways. It's easy to focus. I don't do long lifts. I just hit my whole, like, upper body in, like, 15 minutes. Listen to some music. It's, like, a good excuse for me to break out of, like, my sedentary cycle for a moment. I feel better after. I feel like it's easy. Because it's at home for me, it's easy for me to, like, hit a quick workout and then feel like being productive in some other aspect of my life immediately after. It's like a good way to like reset my momentum, it feels like. Magic lantern. Should I buy that? 10 gold. Kind of expensive. I feel like I don't remember this actually being very good, so I'll pass on it. I haven't found a flinks yet. Can't ski so much, but the woods call to me. Yeah, I think it's a very good thing if you enjoy like just going out in the woods and hiking though, because like I think being like that out in nature, it allows you to be very present. And I think that's a very important quality in like staying grounded in today's society. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like there's always something like calling at you. It's very hard to truly like get away from everything and just like be with yourself for a bit. But going out into nature is like one of the truest ways to do that. And if you find it fulfilling as like a pretty regular aspect of your like fitness, to go out and do that, I think that the spillover onto your mental health is probably like phenomenal for that. Sort of get that I'm much more focused after a walk, but like an at-home workout is never long enough to reset my mental. That's fair enough, honestly. I guess for me, I find that my like emotional state swings like fairly quickly, and it's like much less reflective of like my like thoughts and more of like my emotional experience a lot of the time. So like just the aspect of breaking out of being sedentary and like putting on some music that I like usually is enough to like emotionally reset me and put me in a good mood. And the fact that I feel good about it and like productive after the fact is kind of what makes me feel like ready to go and do something else afterwards. But a lot of that comes out of like the emotional shift and like the fact I think part of it as well is like the transition of like being in my bedroom to like being in the living room where the machine is or whatever as well. Like I don't spend very much time in my living room, so like going out there in itself is kind of a mental shift already. There's like lots of like micro factors that I think can go into it for everyone's different situations that can affect how your experience might be. Like switching tasks in your environment. Exactly, right? Exactly. And I think one of the most helpful aspects about it for me as well, because I'm really, really bad if I have to switch a task that I'm in the middle of. Like, I hate... If I'm trying to focus and be productive, one of the biggest, like, friction inducers is having to task switch midway. So one of the great things about, like, workouts at home for me is that it's quick, but it's conclusive, you know? Like, I can get it all the way through it in, like, 15 minutes, and then I feel better about myself afterwards. And, like, having that, like, stability, or maybe not 15, maybe, like, 20, 25 minutes, and that having that, like, stability to it is, like, very, very very good for me, I feel like. But it definitely depends, because like I think depending on your circumstances, you might need like more to like mentally reset, and like an hour walk or something, like, or like even if it's not an hour, like going for like a little nature walk like that is absolutely enough to like fully reset your mental. I think the problem at that point for me is that it becomes a big enough like mental shift, and like spending that much time like with nothing to do but thinking, that I will get really into the thinking, and I feel like it becomes its own like productive activity mentally, to the point where I like drain some of my mental energy and I no longer feel like using it to work after. Whereas like if I do a home workout, my brain is not on at all, bro. Like I already know all the movements I'm doing. It's just me lift weight, me play music, and then it's over. And it's like, oh, that felt good. let me go actually do something. Like, like I think the element of turning my brain off actually makes it easier to like treat it like a break and then turn it back on for something productive after. But I could imagine that it could be different for other people. Oh god, that is a lot of enemies. And still, like, so many enemies, and not even one of the one that I'm actually looking for. Please! Spare a flinks, good sir. 1 flinks. Was this silver or platinum? Oh, it's platinum. Wait, I want that. Low body fat's tough to keep up. Yeah, like I think ultimately, like, could I get my body fat down? Yeah, but like, do I think that I would be able to keep it down? Probably not, because like I don't know, like it's just very restrictive in some ways. I think realistic, and I'm not even talking about like really low, like I don't know, like 15, for example. That would be like a pretty healthy, very reasonable body fat to attain. But I also feel like it would take a lot of energy for me to do that. And I would miss some of the other things. Like I like to bake sometimes, and I would have a hard time being able to enjoy that if I had to keep my body fat at like 15%, or like, I don't know, it's not healthy, but pizza is like my favorite food. And like that would have to be pretty scarce if I wanted to keep my body fat that low. It's like little stuff like that. You know, I just try to be additive. I eat more vegetables than I used to. I try to eat fruit every day still as well. Get some protein in, get a bit of fiber in. Probably don't eat as much fiber as I should, but that's like everybody ever. You know, just try to get a little bit of everything, and if I'm a little bit of a fatty, but I still have the nutrients, then like that's all good. It's good enough. Doesn't have to be perfect. Do that with snacks. My goblin self grabs a snack out of the fridge to switch a task and move around the house. That is a good strat. I feel like it depends on the snack. Out of the fridge means it's probably good. Because, like, if you do that with, like, fruit or, like, yogurt, like, that can definitely work. But if I eat some, like, junk food, I know that my brain is actually just gonna, like, turn off. Like, I'm just gonna enter, like, bed rotting mode. Yogurt is really good for everything, though. Like, protein, you get the probiotics. There's like the fruit component, sort of. It could be the fruit component if you like to put fruit in it. Ah! Damn. Although I have to say, I don't like straight up Greek yogurt. It's like, the flavor's kind of like off-putting to me a little bit. And it's a little bit too thick. well, like what I've found works for me is actually the same yogurt that my mom gets, and she's diabetic. They're like, it's just like this little yogurt cup. It's like 8 grams protein, 2 grams of sugar. So it's like a little bit sweet still, but it's not like properly sweet. But it's just enough that it doesn't actively taste like sour. You know, I like getting the strawberry one so that also helps like mask the flavor a little bit. And then I can enjoy it. But like, just straight Greek yogurt is like, it's too strong for me. Junk food is like doom scrolling on the couch and mentally recovering from the day. It really is. Like, it can be like very comforting to like wind down after a hard day, but at the same time, I know that if I eat it, like my hopes of doing anything good with the rest of the day is low-key GG'd. Like, it's so bad. Like, I think that when I choose to go for junk food, especially with snacks, and like I'm gonna sit down to watch something with it, I'm kind of accepting like this is the end of my day. Like the rest of my day, from this point on, my evening is going to just be like thrown away. Like, am I okay with that? Yes. Okay. Open the chips. Like, I have to like make peace. I have to like accept the outcome going in, because I've tried enough times before I was a little bit more resilient to like be like, you know, I'll have a little snack and then I'll do this thing. I'll just like watch a little, game a little, whatever, and then I'll do this thing. And then I never end up doing the thing, you know, like I always just don't feel like it anymore. It always sounds easier in your head before you do it, and then you actually eat the thing and it's like, oh damn, I kind of feel like passing out in the back of a parking lot. Like there's nothing left afterwards, man. It's just, it spends everything. Greek yogurt needs to be like in a parfait with other stuff. That could be good. I think that as long as you have something that makes it a little bit sweeter and gives it some sort of secondary flavor, it's fine. But like, people who eat straight Greek yogurt are crazy. I have this one friend who is also into working out, but he's way more like gym bro than me, I'll say. He's like the type of person who will like meal prep a bunch of ground beef stuff just because it's really good for protein, which is fine, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I like beef. But he was like, dude, like, yeah, just eating like a pint of Greek yogurt or something, or like, and there wasn't a pint. Maybe it was. I don't know. He was eating a lot. I was like, yo, that's so nasty, though. And he's like, I didn't say I liked it. It's just really good macros. I'm like, you're crazy, dog. I don't know how you could do that, man. I could never. But I guess for some people, it's easier than others, you know. Have you been baking? I did quite a bit over the holidays. Been cooking more, and I make a mean creme brulee and chicken dinner. Interesting. I don't think I've ever made creme brulee. Don't you use like a torch for that usually? This is like a little bit fancier than the stuff that I make a lot of the time. How do you do this? It's a custard with crunchy toffee on the top, and then you hit it with the flamethrower a little bit. Ooh, wait, this seems really cool though. This does seem yummy. I do like making toffee. Toffee is really good. Use a lighter because I don't have a torch. Yo, that's metal as fuck. I love that. Using a lighter to torch it? Wait, that's kind of genius. I can't believe I've never heard of anyone doing that before. a lot of the stuff I tend to make is like not really like fancy baking stuff. I like making cookies or like brownies for friends and family a lot. Like I have this one like ginger molasses cookie recipe that I really like to make, and it's very good for the holidays, so I made a ginormous batch of that. Ate a bunch of it, pawned a bunch of it off to some friends and family. I thought more would go to my family, but I showed up to the Christmas party with my ginger cookies, and my cousin's girlfriend, who got there before me, basically made the exact same molasses cookie recipe. Like, I tried hers. Basically, mine was like thicker, hers was really thin, and mine was topped with powdered sugar instead of granulated sugar. And outside of that, I don't know, mine might have had like maybe a little bit higher flour ratio, but they're extremely similar. So like everybody just ate hers, and I had like a ton left over. So I had to pawn some off to my friend instead. But they were happy to take free cookies, so it worked. I do that. Sometimes I like to make, it's kind of like carrot cake, but with no icing. I just call it carrot loaf. I make it for my dad because, you know, we used to get, there was like a brand that he used to be able to buy at like Walmart or something when I was a kid that he used to like getting, because he doesn't like the like cream cheese icing. It's like too rich for him. He's old. but I like it too. So, you know, I'll make that sometimes, but like, so if I'm doing it for him, I'll put like pecans and like raisins in it. If I'm doing it for me, I won't put anything but carrots. Or like, I like doing the same thing, but for muffins sometimes. I like making muffins sometimes. What I really need to do, I really want to try making like a layered cake one of these days. Because for Christmas, one of my aunts got me like a cake baking set. They bought me cake pans. It has like piping bags in it. It has like the little leveling saw thingy. Like, it actually is very all-inclusive. I think I have like all the tools I would need to make a layered cake. And so maybe I'll try and make something fancy for my birthday this year. Could be cool. Could be cool. Probably not on stream. I feel like I would need to like follow along more, and I would like to actually use my kitchen for something more complicated like that. But I do really want to try making like a proper cake. I think that would be really cool. I tried making macarons as well over the holidays. I tried making chocolate macarons. They came out hideous, but very tasty. And because they looked like garbage, nobody else really touched them. So I just got to eat all of them. It was kind of a big score for me that they came out ugly. It was kind of a good move that I made them look really not as good. They were like so flat. I have an image of it. It's somewhere in the Discord or like on my Twitter. I have it too, I know. But basically, I made a really dumb mistake when I made the macarons. I used a piping bag tip that wasn't a perfect circle because I wasn't looking closely and I'm not used to using a piping bag. So they didn't pipe into like equal circles. And I don't know how much of it was. Oh yeah, I remember. The other thing, I severely underestimated how far you have to beat eggs to get to stiff peaks. I was nowhere near when I called it. I quit way too early. So as a result of that, they kind of just went like into the pan. Like they just sort of went really flat and like crackly. They did not get like the little ruffly feet and like the pretty domes. So it was just kind of like this very squished sandwich cookie. But I mean, there was like, I made like a mint ganache for the middle, which was very tasty. And like the cookies tasted fine. It was just that they were ugly. But you know, that meant that I got to mostly eat them, and I love mint chocolate, so it was plenty good to me. Yeah, I enjoyed. I also made them kind of like debatably wrong in the sense that I used oat flour instead of almond flour, but they're usually quite interchangeable. And I don't know, I looked it up and I saw some people that were using oat flour to achieved the same result, so I don't think that was the problem. I think it was just that I didn't beat the eggs far enough and I didn't use the right piping bag tip. Sleeper build macaron. Yes, they don't look... Well, I mean, I think that that's one of the nice things, though, about macarons is, like, I don't know, they're seen as this, like, really, like, fancy thing to bake. And that's because, to an extent, they are. Like, if you want to get them, like, nicely done at a bakery, it'll cost you a lot because they're hard to do. But, like, if you want to try doing it yourself, the nice thing is that it's really satisfying if you pull it off and they come out, like, beautiful. But also, they still are tasty, even if they come out ugly. Like, it's not like if you mess it up, it's suddenly, like, not good to eat anymore. Because it really sucks. I've experienced this so much more when I tried to start making... I had a phase where I wanted to experiment more with trying out, like, healthy dessert recipes, sort of. Or, like, trying to put, like, protein in a bunch of stuff. I don't mind doing, like, protein muffins. They're not nearly as satisfying to eat as regular muffins. You know, they're, like, much... You know, it's like milling flour with your teeth. They're so thick. They're very thick. But it can be, like, a nicer way to get protein in the morning, at least. Like, you know, for what it is, it's fine. It's just not, like, the same as, like, the actual light experience of, like, a regular muffin or something. But sometimes I've tried stuff where I try to make something that, like, looks really good in, like, a random, like, YouTube video, and it comes out completely inedible. Like, I tried this one thing where they made overnight oats, but it was blended, and then they, like, put it in the fridge overnight, and the way it came out, it was literally like Dairy Queen, like, ice cream, flip it upside down and it won't come out texture. It looked super smooth. I was like, ooh, that looks delicious, bro. I love me some Dairy Queen. I knew it was going to be a little bit grainier, but I didn't think I would mind that. But, like, when I tried it, it was actually inedible. It was... Oh my god, it came out, like, so goopy. Like, I think goopy is the best word I can describe it with. Like, it was genuinely disgusting. The texture was inedible. Like, nobody was willing to touch it. I tried to throw it in the freezer. I was like, please, God, if I make it colder, turn into ice cream. Somehow, I'm begging you. It did not. It was just completely hopeless. And it always sucks when you try out something that's, like, you're not sure about it that way, and it ends up just having to, like, get thrown out because it feels so wasteful. Baking fails after the fact do tend to be funny, though. I agree. I feel like a lot of the time, like, it's honestly interesting to think about how baking recipes even come to be, because, like, you'll mess up anything in a baking recipe, and sometimes it will actually be, like, it's just not food anymore. Like, it's just the most abominable thing you could put into a pan. And you have to imagine... Like, somebody must have messed it up at some point, and somehow they weren't just turned off of trying to do it ever again. Like, it is a modern miracle that baking survived in some ways. Fail making something on the stove, it's never as silly as a baking fail. Exactly, you know, like... Baking, I think part of it as well is that baking is such, like, it's much more aesthetic, and a lot of the time when you fail, it'll cause something to just, like, totally not be the shape that it's supposed to be anymore. Like, it'll be way too flat, or, like, way too poofy, or, you know, just something out. Or, like, the goop, like, oh my, not the goop. Yeah, you know, like, one of the ones that I think about a lot, because I like to make, like, carrot stuff, like carrot cake, carrot muffins, stuff like that. And like, dude, carrot batter legitimately looks like vomit. Like, it actually is so nasty. It's like goopy. It's like brown. There's like chunks of orange. Like, it genuinely does not look like it should be eaten. But somebody did it. And you know what? They were damn right. It tastes good. But like, I have to wonder, like, the first person to come up with the idea for this, like, they were so courageous to look that batter in the eyes and not turn back. Like, I commend them for having the faith to put it in the oven against all odds, and it comes out into a nice cake. Dude, it is hard to find this, like, mob. So grindy. We need to upgrade from our Finch friend. But yeah, baking stuff has been fun. I think my interest comes in waves, because a lot of the time I like to try and make stuff that I can share with people. So the next time I get more into it will probably be when I have an opportunity to, like, do something a bit more communal with it. Like, maybe for my birthday I'll make like a cake or something, and then I can like share it with a friend. Oh my god, look at the new background, dude. They have Aurora Borealis in the background of the snow biome. Wait, that's cool as hell. Dude, wait, that's sick. They added the Northern Lights in for the snow biome? That's so cool. Dude, the new backgrounds are so pretty. I'm really digging some of, like, the little things about the new update. Like, in a lot of ways, so far, I don't feel like the new Terraria update has been recharacterizing the game so much as just, like, revitalizing little aspects of it. Which I think is great, because the game is already very iconic and, like, old. You know, you wouldn't want to, like, change anything too drastic about it. But just, like, filling in a couple little gaps of, like, things and making everything more, like, quality of life. Little pretty things. Like the new backgrounds, like the little CG of the NPCs and stuff. I think it's cute. Little NPC CGs makes it almost give me more of like a Stardew Valley kind of vibe. Yeah, I feel like sometime this year maybe it'd be cool to check out Stardew Valley at some point. I don't really know much about it. I own it. I think I played it for like legitimately like 20 minutes. Like, I got it and I almost never touched it. Cause I think I was gonna play with someone and then it fell through, and I tried it for like a little bit on my own, but I had no idea what I was doing, and I wasn't as like sandbox filled in that moment in my life, and so I just kind of left it. But I could imagine it being like, if I'm in like a chill game vibe, I could definitely see it being like up my alley. Or I feel like it also could be really fun to learn it in the context of doing like a collab with a friend where we're just like yapping while like playing the game for a long time. Cause I feel like Stardew maybe would be a little bit more involved for me in the sense that I don't really know what I'm doing, but it strikes me as a very good like chatting while it goes in the background kind of game, which I do love doing streams where I have that. It's just I normally tend to do that where I gravitate to games that I'm just like really comfortable with. Like Terraria is definitely more hands-on than something like Stardew, but I've also played it so much that it's like very second nature, so I can just kind of like talk about whatever while I just kind of meander around and do what I'm doing. No, I misclicked. I saw the enemy. I needed that guy. This is what I get for putting my recall in my hotbar right beside my torches. I'm a menace for doing that, and I don't care. I will keep doing it. They belong in slot 9, and the torches belong in slot 10. I can't explain it. It's just the way that it is. Gotta go to sleep, but I'm glad I could stop by. Yeah, thank you so much for stopping by, Beep. It was really nice to see you again. I hope everything is good for you until the next time I see you. Have a nice sleep. And thank you again for Go. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Beep. Have a great night. Wait, what is this, like, new message? Bofton the Demolitionist has arrived looking for a home? Oh, wait, that's weird. So now if you've unlocked more NPCs than the amount of houses you have available, it'll fill the houses first. And then the NPCs that you had before will arrive, look for a home, and then leave when they find out that there isn't one. That's so interesting. That definitely did not used to be a thing. Dude, what is in that slime? Why is it glowing like that? I gotta check that out. That's new. There's like more biome slimes now. There's new stuff. Snow slime. That's different from an ice slime, I think. Does he just have snow in it? Is that all it is? I guess so, yeah. It looked very cool though. It was like glowing blue. It was like the Sans eyeball slime. Dude, by the way, I can't believe I was like, yeah, I really need to update my throne, but I was like, nobody uses that anyway. Like, I don't even know why I have it. And then Beep being there for the first time, I'll be like, oh, that was me. I can't believe that was Beep. That's so wholesome. You know, sometimes, see, I was so in my ramble earlier talking about like building a community where you can have like genuine connections like that, and I wasn't having that conversation with like anyone in particular in mind, but like truthfully, you know, sometimes you'll see people like come and go as a streamer where they get more busy in life. Like I remember Beef used to be in more streams, but now Beef is employed. Oh my, the audacity, right? But you know, sometimes from my perspective, it's like, oh, I wonder if this person still remembers me. I hope they're doing well. And then in reality, it's like they're still around, just like in the shadows. And it's like the fact that they're still thinking of you, you know, like to be seen is to be loved is the saying, and I think it's very sweet. It's a very humbling thing. And having little community moments like that where I can like rekindle with people, that is exactly why I try to build like a tighter knit, more like wholesome community, is for moments like that. That is what I do it for. It's been cool. A lot of people dropped by today for the Terraria stream. I guess Terraria unites the people. Or it's just a relatively good Wednesday for everybody. Everybody's just got a good old free Wednesday evening. I will say, I've been playing a lot longer than I thought I was going to. I thought my voice would be more tired, but truthfully, I think what kind of stream I'm doing matters so much more. Like doing 4 hours of visual novel yesterday. Oh my god. Like I was saying on stream, I was like, I wonder why I stopped doing Valhalla streams. Like, you know, I was enjoying the game and like visual novels are nice sometimes. I don't read them very often, but like they're good. I was just like, why don't I do that? And then I finished the stream and I was like, oh, my voice is so shot. I remember. Because there's like, I don't know. It's weird because I feel like I do talk a lot, even when I'm like just streaming normally. And yet, it's so much less straining than reading. I don't know what it is about reading. Maybe it's the like need to enunciate everything in a more particular way, or like try and put on different like voices and cadences to like emphasize different stuff while you're reading it. Maybe it's like, maybe it's placebo, I don't know. Maybe you're not taking as many breaks in your speech. I don't really know what it is, but it's so much harder vocally. But also it was so good, I had to keep going. I still gotta play more of that. I'm excited. I'm excited to check out all the endings. It's gonna be great. Ooh, I probably didn't pick up all the lead down here from when I boomed this. I'll come and get that. Okay, I see that last flinks that I need. Target acquired. Let's tunnel down. Let's get him. New weapon time. Come here. But where'd it go? I saw him! Where did he go? Is he in the water? Hello? How are you? I am under the water. It is many raining. Ooh. Wall. Okay. So where did the flinks go? Because I know on my life that I saw one down here. There's goldfish, cute. Snack that smiles back. Did it despawn? I'm gonna cry. You can't do this to me. Me and my stupid Chungus life, it despawned. No! How can you do this to me? I just want a new weapon, man. I just want a flink staff. I just want the little ball guy. I just want the little round dude. Be my friend. That's so much to ask, Mr. Terraria. Can I have one, please, John Terraria? One flinks, sir. Spare a flinks. For a poor fellow. I'm just a summoner. It's just me and my little bird. He can't fight very well. Nah, sure we'll find another one. Just need a little bit of hunting, a little looking. I wonder if I can beat Eye of Cthulhu. I think I have like the defense. I'm worried about the damage more than anything else. I don't know if I hit hard enough. Like I can probably tank it well enough. Maybe I need a better whip too. I just don't know if I can like easily get a better whip. Got the bat. That's kind of cool. What else could I do? There's like a jungle one, but that'll take too long to get for tonight probably. I have enough lenses to craft another eye spawner, so I guess I could afford to like try my luck with like a harder fight. If I wanted to. A skeleton merchant's still over there. He's just chilling. guess one upside of having to kind of hustle around the snow cave here, try and find this flinks for my staff, is that we found a lot of life crystals down here. We're already up to 300. That's pretty sweet. Definitely a good start. I'm enjoying this like a lot more than playing on Skyblock. I feel like a lot of the nice things about this update that I've experienced so far are like the little things, you know what I mean? It does feel like it's supposed to be a major update, but it also feels like nothing too major about the game actually changed. It's just a lot of like thoughtful little tweaks. And I think that Skyblock kind of goes against appreciating that. Because Skyblock is like very gimmicky. It's very like game defining. And it kind of inherently is like so much grindier. I feel like it goes against the nature of having like a bunch of little quality of life updates. You know what I mean? It was kind of cool to like check out, but the progression curve just off of like the first hour and a half did not feel like it was it, you know? But this I've been vibing. It's been chill. Sneeze. Phew! Excuse me. Sometimes I wonder if I'm ever gonna develop the dad sneeze. Like if I'm ever gonna grow out of my like little pixie fairy like teeny sneeze. I hope not. I like my cute sneeze. You know, a lot of guys, like, after a certain point, you start to hit the, like, nuclear blast sneeze. Entire building can hear you. Ground shakes a little bit. Like, I don't know. I don't want my sneeze to be on the Richter scale. I like just having, like, a little baby sneeze. Ah! Bro, I'm finding like every enemy but the flinks. Please. I can't believe it teased me by showing me one and then despawning it when I tried to build over to it. Where is he? Where's my boy? More undead Viking, but I don't need undead Viking. Ah. There we go. Get him, Finch. Get him. Yeah. And my damage isn't the worst when the Finch staff is like hitting. The problem is just that he has a hard time staying on the target. I feel like the Flink staff might also have that problem, but I don't know that I have much of a better summon weapon option in the early game. I've never played a summoner run before, so maybe I do. But it kind of seems like there's not a lot. I guess I could try and get the vampire frog. I could have done that during the blood moon, but I forgot it existed until I checked the wiki after. I guess I don't have a fishing rod set up yet either. That's easier to get good odds for that once I've like I have some crimton to make a fishing pole with. I've got a good amount of worms set aside though, and I can easily upgrade them since I don't need mana on this playthrough. So that'll be nice. Feel an evil presence watching you. Do I? Oh, I do get a free attempt if I want it at the eye. And I do kind of want to do that. Please, flanks, please. I don't have time. I have to go fight the eye. Okay. Well, I really want to take that, so we'll try and do it with the Finch staff. I can't say I'm hopeful, but who knows? I mean, maybe. I probably have the necessary mobility with the Hermes boots and triple jump, with one of them being Sandstorm. Like, that's very powerful. Here, let's get some campfires up. Place one like here to be like a little aesthetic with it. There's the third one. I took out an iron skin, but like I probably don't even need to actually use that. I feel like it's kind of wasteful. Alright, let's see. Look, my opponent is airborne, so hypothetically speaking, he should be good. The damage is looking dubious, I can't lie. I don't do very much. And he's not staying on the eye exceptionally well, but it's not like the worst thing ever either. We're not making no progress. And the nice thing is, it's a lot easier for me to dodge the eye than the king slime in some ways. Like, even despite having like a very short range weapon, I think I can stay ahead of this more easily. But I also have better accessories now than I did during king slime, I think. I feel like the flanks would be pretty good on king slime. Oh, he does so little damage. Only 32. King slime did like way more than that. Yeah, I guess my initial concern here is like if I have enough damage to finish the fight by the end of the night. It's kind of my like initial thought. It's also tricky because like I want to prevent the little eyes from building up too much, but I also feel like I need all the damage on the actual Eye of Cthulhu itself that I can like muster if I'm gonna like have a chance at getting through the fight in time. I should probably heal here. It's just very hard to clear these out without just having my Finch go all over the place. Yeah, it's good when I can line them up to hit with the whip while also like getting the eye itself. I don't have a watch, so I don't have any sort of like reference of how my pacing is right now. But it feels like it's probably been close to 2 minutes. Which I guess isn't like the worst pace for being around a quarter through. I don't know if I'm even quite a quarter through though, I don't think so. It's kind of hard to see the number because my phone is blocking it a little bit. Ah! Didn't do very much damage. Oh, if we can get a fallen star hit, that would be like insanely clutch. That would be so lucky though. Can you imagine, dude? That would be so lucky. You know, I guess I could also make a platinum pickaxe, mine some like Crimtane, and then like craft the whip before I fight the eye. I guess that's technically an option. But we've got phase 2 on here. I definitely want to clear these guys out. Alright, now we can fully focus this. I'm just worried that my Finch is going to have a hard time staying on him when he starts dashing. He's going to fall too far behind. I have to stay pretty close as well because my whip is like very short range. shouldn't have gone over. I should have gone under and then hooked. It's fine. Ooh. Yeah. Probably use a potion here. Okay, tank one hit, it's fine. We're making decent progress. Like, this actually might be doable. I think we might get it in time. Assuming I live. Yeah, it's just gonna start, like, dashing constantly now. 10 seconds until my next heal? Okay. Should be fine. Like, now that he's dashing, like, all the fast dashes, it's getting a lot harder to, like, actually land damage into him. Without getting hit. Oh. I'm gonna here. Maybe not. Actually, never mind. Like, this whip is so short range. I think I probably will run out of time because, like, I can only hit him. Ah, he's under 1,000 HP. I keep trying to dash even though I don't have a dash yet. Ooh, why is he actually, like, making good dashes there? That's annoying. Oh, I'm gonna have to, like, turn and dash. Okay, that was good. That was a good turn. I can, like, see the light starting to come up a little bit. There hasn't been that many fallen stars. It can't be that early yet. Surely. Oh. Oh. Ouch. Are we in phase 3? No, he just decided to do like 12 trillion dashes. Ouch. Ow. I might end up dying on phase 3, not gonna lie. He's getting low though. Oh, we actually beat it. I can't believe that. I did not think I was gonna have enough damage. I definitely should have used the iron skin. That was close, but we got it. You know, I wanted to beat a boss today. We got it. And we even got the pet. Look at that. We got an eye. We got our shield. We get our first trophy. Put it on display here on the boss platform. I don't care about the aviators or the mask. We get some Crimtane. Let's see. Yeah, so we could make the Vasculash. 19 summon damage. How much is the... Oh, nice. So I have exactly enough for both the whip and the fishing rod. Perfect. It would be nice for, like, history's sake of the run to have, like, a weapons chest that we can look back on all of the different stuff. Oh, that is definitely faster. Definitely. I think the range is like marginally better, but obviously the damage is over double, which is pretty clutch. That'll be fun to try out tomorrow. Well, this ended up being a longer first session than I expected, but I had a lot of fun with the update. Oh my goodness, almost 1 a.m. Shoo. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. If you're enjoying the new Terraria update, we're going to be doing more Terraria on Saturday. Going to be picking up the playthrough from where we are today. Friday is our usual community night. If you like to play any board games, we like to do stuff like maybe last time we did some code names was kind of fun. Stuff like sometimes we do like chess or like Scrabble. Catan is fun. I don't know. We try a lot of different. There's one called Letter Jam. It was by the same people that did code names. I like word games, so I thought it was kind of fun. I was also thinking maybe if we have people, we could do like Scriblio. It's not really like a board game, but it kind of feels like a board game. I don't know. It's just like a little community night. If you like community games, it's fun. And then Sunday, I'm going to be doing my first ever live soft singing ASMR. I have a few videos of it, but it's just like very gentle singing if you want like a nice cozy stream for the evening. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Appreciate all of you. I'm going to be doing some off-stream work tomorrow, so I hope you'll have a wonderful rest of your Thursday tomorrow. Wonderful rest of your day today. And hopefully I can see you on Friday for community night. Thank you, everybody. And I'll see you on Friday. Bye. Take care, everyone. Good night.